Hey guys, tonight we are going to time travel, literally, back to the scorching, dusty plains of ancient Mesopotamia, where the Babylonians tried to figure out what on earth time even was, using nothing but shadows, beer, and a deeply suspicious number of gods who micromanaged everything from your bedtime to your barley rations. Picture this. It's hot. Like sandals melting into the dust, hot. You squint up at the sun, and instead of wondering when lunch is, you're wondering what is lunch? And more importantly, how long till lunch? Because no one's invented a watch yet. And your best clue might be the length of your friend's shadow, or whether you've drunk 3 ladles of sour beer yet. This episode? It's going to move slow, real slow, slower than a sundial on a cloudy day slow. And by the end, you might know just enough about Babylonian timekeeping to put your entire brain to sleep, or develop a mild obsession with clay tablets. You probably won't survive this, at least not in an alert state. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're listening from anywhere outside of Babylon, drop your city and local time in the comments. I love seeing how far this sleepy history spreads. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake up in Sumer. Not Babylon yet. Not the grand, golden ziggurat version that gets all the press, but a cluster of reeds and mud brick homes dotting the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, under a sky that feels ancient even now. The air is already warm, and it smells like dust, clay, and whatever breakfast was 2 hours ago. You sit up on your woven mat, blinking away sleep, and realize something very basic. There are no clocks, no ticking, no screens, no to-do lists blinking on your phone. Just birds, some shouting in the distance. A goat, probably. And the unmistakable sense that someone is already late for something. But nobody knows who. Because late hasn't been invented yet. This is the world before measured time. And yet, life still moves. People get up, they eat, they plant, they pray, they nap, they gossip, they do it all again. Somehow, everyone just knows when it's time for each of those things. How? Because time is felt. By the sun's place in the sky, by how long your shadow stretches beside you, by the slosh of water through a leaky clay bowl, by the level of beer in the community jar. Yes, beer was not just refreshment. It was a temporal tool. But we'll get to that deliciously weird idea in a bit. At this moment, you stand up, stretch, probably with a good yawn and a few spine cracks, and step outside into the buzzing morning light. You notice it immediately. Your shadow. It's stubby, nearly underfoot, because the sun is still low on the horizon. And that means it's probably early. Not 7:14 a.m. early. Just early. A shadow-sized whisper that the day is still unfolding. And right there, you understand something your ancestors deeply believed. Shadows are time. It starts simple. People notice that long shadows mean morning or evening, and short shadows mean the middle of the day. But over time, over generations, they realize they can actually use those shadows to divide the day. to measure it. Enter the shadow stick, also known as a gnomon, which sounds like something you'd name a slow-moving pet snail. The gnomon is a very fancy term for a vertical stick in the ground. That's it. A stick. But the way its shadow changes shape and angle as the sun moves through the sky, that's magic. That's time unfolding across the dirt. You plop one in the soil, wait, and mark where the shadow falls at different times. Do that enough days in a row, and bam, you've invented a sundial without even meaning to. It's kind of like the first calendar, but you get to watch it move in real time. Ancient Fitbit vibes. Historians still argue whether the earliest shadow sticks came from Sumer or later from Babylon proper. But the roots of this idea are deep. There are records of gnomons etched into stone, of temples designed with specific solar angles in mind, of entire religious rituals timed by the slant of the sun through a particular doorway. Back in your dusty sandals, you peer at the gnomon's shadow. It's getting shorter. The sun's rising. Someone nearby pours a little water onto the soil and marks the next shadow length with a scratched line. It's the Mesopotamian version of, "You've got 20 minutes." And you know what? It works. You feel the time pass, not just as hours, but as light, as warmth, as shifting lines of shade that crawl across walls and temple floors, across your skin, across memory itself. Some days are longer, some shorter. Clouds mess things up. But overall, the rhythm holds. The sun rises. The shadow shrinks. Midday comes. Then the shadow grows again. And every moment is written not in ink, not in binary code, but in shade and silence. Time, in this world, is not exact. It's alive. And you're just beginning to feel its slow, ancient heartbeat. Section 2. You're still standing there, watching your shadow stretch and shift like a lazy cat, elongating across the clay-packed earth, curling against stones, climbing a bit up the side of someone's house. It's not dramatic, this motion. It's almost invisible, but it's steady. Like time itself is quietly reminding you, hey, I'm here. You've stepped into a world where shadows are clocks, and suddenly everything has a rhythm, not the tick-tock kind. No frantic second hands or digital countdowns, but the kind that lives in the angle of light, the kind that makes you squint in one direction and know instinctively that it's nearly time to feed the goats or stir the porridge or stop pretending to work because the boss is halfway through his beer. Welcome to the era of the shadow game. Now here's the twist. The Babylonians didn't just use random sticks. They got organized. They didn't have wristwatches, but they had gnomons with grids, early versions of sundials carved into stone, aligned to cardinal points, with clever markings that told people what part of the day it was, depending on where the shadow fell. It's easy to scoff now. I mean, you have an app that can tell you exactly how many minutes of screen time you've wasted today. But back then, a stick that told you when to eat lunch was basically sorcery. They noticed something brilliant. The sun didn't just move. It moved predictably, arcs, angles, patterns. And if you watched long enough, you could divide the day into measurable chunks. Not hours, like we know them, 60 minutes on the dot, but segments. Morning work time, midday rest time, evening prayer time. Slices of sunlight, each with its own purpose. One early Babylonian text divides the day into 12 parts, but it's not consistent all year long. Summer days get longer chunks, winter ones shorter. And night? That's a whole other puzzle they'll solve with stars later. But for now, it's you, the stick, and the way its shadow creeps toward a notch that might mean stop chopping reeds before you pass out from heat stroke. And here's the fun part. The games began. As these early sundials got more refined, people started experimenting. Tilt the stick? You get a slightly different curve. Carve the dial in a bowl shape? Boom. You've got more shadow range. Add lines for solstices and equinoxes. Now you're basically forecasting. Some even made portable sundials, little shadow clocks you could carry around. Assuming, of course, the sun was out. Not great for a cloudy Tuesday. Historians still argue whether these devices were everyday tools or reserved for priests and temple astronomers. But one thing is clear. Babylon took shadow watching very seriously. It wasn't just about knowing what time to eat. It was about order, ritual, and even power. Because time is power. If you know when to start a ritual, before the eclipse, not during, you win credibility. If you can predict the best moment to plant barley, or when the high priest will be in a good mood, that's real influence. And shadow tracking gave them that edge. There's even a theory that certain palace courtyards were designed to function as giant sundials. Not decorative, not symbolic, functional. Imagine walking across the king's garden and being able to tell what hour it is just by noting which statue's nose the shadow touches. And of course, not everyone trusted it, because what happens when you count on the shadow and the clouds roll in, or the stick breaks, or someone moves it slightly just to mess with you? Cue the first documented moment of time-based panic. It sounds ridiculous, but imagine telling your temple boss, "Sorry I'm late, the sun was hiding," and realizing he's already sacrificed a goat based on the wrong shadow. Oops. But despite the flaws, the system worked for centuries. Long before mechanical clocks, long before sand trickled through tiny glass necks, people stood in the sun, squinted at the dirt, and said, "Yep, it's about third shadow, past first prayer." Time wasn't just a thing to measure. It was a thing to watch, to respect, to fear sometimes. Because the sun always came back. But the shadow? That was more mysterious. Sometimes short, sometimes long, sometimes non-existent. And in a culture steeped in omens and cosmic order that made it feel alive. Back in your imagined Babylonian sandals. Yes, still dusty. Sorry. You start to feel the weight of this knowledge. Every shadow you've ever cast has been telling time. You just weren't listening. Now, you're beginning to. And that shadow beside you, it's starting to stretch just a little farther, which probably means the beer's almost ready. But we'll get to that bizarre scheduling system in a moment. For now, just let the sun pass slowly overhead. Let the shadow glide across the ground like a gentle exhale from the sky. And know that, for the Babylonians, every flicker of movement meant something. Time wasn't ticking. It was sliding. Section 3. The sun keeps climbing. Higher now, almost smug about it. You feel it on your skin, warming your arms, the top of your head, even the packed earth under your sandals. The air smells like baked clay, and that faint shimmer of something ancient and vegetal. Reed baskets, river silt, maybe the ghost of yesterday's lentil stew. Your shadow? It's shrinking, drawing in, pulling itself toward your feet like a sleepy cat curling into a ball. And the Babylonians? Oh, they are thrilled, because the shortest shadow of the day, that's noon. And in this world, noon is everything. It's not just lunch break. It's the axis around which the day pivots, the cosmic high five between the sun and the earth. And for Babylonian timekeepers, it's a sacred marker, an anchor in an otherwise slippery concept of passing hours. So, what do you do when you want to mark noon precisely? You build a giant vertical monument, of course. Enter the obelisk. Now, technically, that's an Egyptian word, and the Egyptians certainly had their share of elegant shadow-casting stone skyscrapers. But the Babylonians had their own versions: standing stones, boundary markers, and solar pillars, huge upright slabs placed in open courtyards or temple plazas to track shadows with serious drama. You walk into the ziggurat courtyard, and there it is, a towering column of carved basalt planted like a toothpick from the gods. Around it, carefully scratched lines on the stone floor, a geometric playground of angles and arcs. Some are decorative, most are not. You're standing inside a giant sundial. As the sun arcs overhead, the obelisk's shadow dances across these lines, each one marking not just a time, but a moment. Ritual hour, prayer time, official rest, or the dreaded hour when scribes start demanding reports. And when the shadow pulls in tight, nestled right up against the base of the column, barely reaching past its toes, that's midday, the absolute center of the day. Perfect symmetry between morning and afternoon, a brief window of spiritual equilibrium when the gods themselves were said to pause and glance down just to see how things were going. Historians still argue whether these obelisks were purely scientific or whether they doubled as religious instruments, aligning with the solstice or invoking celestial deities. But even if they started as time tools, they ended as something more, symbols of order, stability, and cosmic control. Because in Babylon, time wasn't neutral. It had meaning, and marking it with massive vertical stones was a way of saying, we get it. We see the pattern. We're paying attention. And yes, there were competitions. Whose obelisk cast the cleanest shadow? Whose courtyard markings were most accurate during the equinox? One particularly spicy inscription claims that a priest-mathematician named Nabuziri designed a sun staff so pure its shadow never lies. That's a lot of pressure for a rock. But beyond the architectural flexing, there was practical value. A public shadow clock meant shared time. You didn't need a personal timepiece, just a clear day and a quick trip to the main plaza. You look at the pillar, spot the shadow, nod to the nearest goat herder, and agree that, yes, it's time to head home and get out of the sun. But remember, clouds were the enemy. On overcast days, shadow clocks were useless. No sun, no time. A city's schedule might dissolve into vague grumbling and off-key temple bells. People would shrug and say things like, "I think it's second bread," and hope no one noticed they were 3 shadows late. Which brings us to a rather delightful fringe belief. Some Babylonians believed that the gods controlled shadow, not just the sun. that the movement of shade across sacred spaces was itself a divine whisper. So if the shadow behaved strangely, that wasn't astronomy. That was omens. One preserved tablet warns of a twisted shadow at midday, which could mean anything from a coming plague to a really awkward dinner with your mother-in-law. But most days, things behaved. The sun rose, the obelisk stood tall, the shadow reached, then curled back like a tired wave. And right there, in that quiet courtyard heat, you could feel time not as pressure, but as presence. It wasn't rushing you. It was with you, a partner in your day, a long, cool silhouette that slipped ahead, then waited for you to catch up. Back in your imaginary sandals, you take one last look at the obelisk. It's old, older than the city around it, chipped maybe, a little lopsided, but still doing its job, still telling you, with elegant silence, it's the middle of the day. And for a second, everything feels balanced, not just the shadow, but you. Section 4. So now you're standing in the middle of the day, shadow coiled tight beneath your feet like a sleeping serpent. And you're faced with a very ancient, very relatable question. How do I know how much time has passed without checking a stick every 5 minutes? Because here's the thing. Not everyone can hang out in the ziggurat courtyard all day. Some folks have barley to thresh, fish to trade, laws to break. Not everything can revolve around a central monument casting a mood shadow. So how did regular Babylonian folks track time without fancy obelisks? Well, they got creative. You start to notice that everyone moves with rhythm, a pace, a routine so baked into the day they don't even think about it anymore. Wake up, stretch, rinse your face in the river, drink some beer, say hi to your neighbor's goat, and off you go. But here's the part you didn't expect. A lot of people measured time with their feet, literal feet. Sandals scuffing across dust paths, steps taken, distances walked. You hear things like, "I'll be there in 500 steps," or "The sun will be halfway to my shoulder by the time I get back from the granary." And yes, it's deeply approximate. But the genius here is in the consistency. If it always takes you 30 minutes to carry a load of bricks from the river to the gate, and you've done it 100 times, then congratulations. You've invented your own internal clock. One that doesn't tick. It walks. This brings us to the Babylonian workers' most underrated skill: calibrated repetition. Laborers didn't count hours. They counted tasks. One section of wall completed equals roughly a quarter of the day. 3 fields watered equals probably time for the midday rest. 5 handfuls of grain thrown to the ducks equals, okay, maybe that one's a bit personal. Historians still argue whether this time-through-task system was formally taught or simply absorbed over generations. But either way, it worked. And it made time physical, not abstract. You could feel it in your arms, in your legs, in your sweat. Which leads to a fascinating side effect. Your body becomes your clock, your hunger, your thirst, the ache in your back. These become time signals. When your stomach growls during harvest, that's lunch. When the sun starts biting harder than usual, that's go sit in the shade and pretend to rearrange tools time. But for those who needed something a little more concrete, say scribes, messengers, or suspiciously punctual priests, there were counting methods, not clocks, not quite timers, but rhythmic tracking techniques. You find one such worker hunched over a slab of clay, tapping a reed against a flat surface while muttering under his breath. He's not losing it. He's measuring. One breath, one tap, one task, one tally. Repeat. Some even chanted during tasks, not for musical flair, but for tempo. Imagine lifting bricks to the beat of your own private playlist, except it's sung in Akkadian, and probably involves references to bulls and rivers and the occasional sun god. It's clever. It's analog, and it turns the day into something predictable. Because predictability is comfort. When you know that it takes exactly 2 verses of a chant to boil a pot of barley, or 5 deep breaths to carve a standard-size cuneiform wedge, you don't need a clock. You are the clock. And then, because Babylon never misses an opportunity to throw in something slightly unhinged, you learn about the time sandals. Yes, sandals. A theory, fringe but delicious, suggests that some workers used sandals marked with counting notches on the straps or soles, like a walking tally board. Take one step, slide a bead, reach the end of the row, move to the next. Were they common? Probably not. Were they real? Possibly. Were they better than a smartwatch when you're plowing barley fields at noon? Absolutely. And while all of this sounds quaint, don't laugh too hard, because modern people still do this. You hum while brushing your teeth. You time your eggs by song. You estimate the workday by how many coffees you've had. It's human. It's ancient. And it works. But here's the real twist. While you're counting steps and sloshing barley, the sun hasn't stopped moving. That shadow of yours? It's beginning to stretch again, inching eastward, lengthening like a sigh. And even without checking, you feel it. The day is turning. Work is slowing. The air is shifting. You've crossed the invisible halfway mark, not because a bell rang or your Apple Watch told you to breathe, but because your bones know it. Because you walked the morning. You carried it. And now, the afternoon walks beside you, steady and golden and just a little sleepy. So keep walking. Keep counting. Let your body remember what the mind's forgotten. Time isn't always about knowing the hour. Sometimes it's about feeling the shape of the day. Section 5. You've made it to the afternoon now. The sun is starting to sag just slightly in the sky, the kind of light that softens edges and makes shadows stretch like lazy dogs on warm stone. And here's where things get unexpected. Because as the Babylonian day slides toward its golden second act, you notice something odd happening among the laborers, the traders, the priests, even the scribes with their 1,000-syllable tablets. They're all drinking beer. And not in the, I just finished my shift, time to hit the tavern way. No, this is structured, organized, practically sacred. You watch as workers gather around clay jars, dip communal cups, and take long, timed sips. Then they go back to work. Then they drink again. Then they switch tasks. And it hits you. They're using beer to tell time. You blink, incredulous. And yet it makes a strange kind of sense. After all, beer was everywhere in Babylonian life, part beverage, part currency, part divine gift. But now you see, it's also a liquid hourglass, one gulp at a time. Here's how it worked. Rations were doled out not just by quantity, but by timing. A worker might get 3 bowls of beer per day, spaced at regular intervals. Those intervals? They became time. And these weren't your high-gravity microbrews. Babylonian beer was thick, porridgey, low-alcohol stuff, drunk through straws to avoid the floating grain bits. Think barley smoothie with an aftertaste of irrigation. Delicious. So in the absence of clocks, people internalized the schedule. First beer meant morning tasks were over. Second beer hit around midday, before the heat got rude. Third beer marked the transition to lighter duties. Cooler shadows, gentler chores, maybe a trip to the market. It's weirdly elegant. You don't need to say, "We'll reconvene at 3 p.m. You say, "After second beer." And everyone knows. Because second beer is a feeling, not a number. A shift in the light, a cooling of the breeze, a barley-scented bell ringing softly in your chest. Historians still argue whether beer time was formalized in temple records or just a cultural rhythm everyone absorbed. But the clay tablets don't lie. Beer shows up everywhere, in wage records, in priestly logs, in offerings to the gods. Entire time, structures were soaked, literally, in this stuff. And let's talk about those records. You peek over the shoulder of a dusty accountant type, hunched over a slab of clay. He's inscribing rations for temple laborers. 1 reed stylus, 1 squishy wedge at a time. He's not writing 8-hour workday. He's marking 1 jar beer, morning, 1 jar beer, midday, 1 jar beer, evening if job finished. Performance-based beer. That's right. Show up, get beer. Work hard, get more beer. Slack off, no third beer. It's corporate culture, Mesopotamian edition. And don't forget the supervisors. These weren't just bosses. They were beer timers. They watched the sun, watched your effort, and doled out drinks accordingly. Some even carried ladles as authority symbols. Forget clipboards. This guy has barley juice and the power to delay your next break. You pass a weaver's courtyard where women hum as they twist thread. Between stanzas, one dips a cup into a squat jar, takes a slow sip, and hums again. Not just for hydration, for pacing, for tempo. Time becomes liquid. Routine becomes ritual. And it's not all work, either. Priests used beer as a divine measure. Ceremonial offerings were timed by fermentation cycles. The gods got their sips at exact hours. And yes, temple staff tracked how long each beer had sat, because apparently even deities were picky about freshness. And what about children? Oh, they weren't drinking the full brews. Don't worry. But they learned early to mark their days by when the adults paused to drink. Like mini horological hitchhikers clinging to the foamy edge of cultural rhythm. And just like that, you realize something oddly beautiful. In Babylon, time tastes like barley. Not cold steel, not digital digits blinking in blue, but thick, warm, cloudy beer passed hand to hand under the lowering sun. Time is shared, poured, sipped, swallowed. And let's not pretend this didn't cause issues. There are records, dry, annoyed, deeply ancient records of workers trying to sneak an extra beer ration early. of priests arguing about whether the offering beer had gone flat, of ration disputes resolved with shadow measurements and passive-aggressive clay notes. But mostly, it worked. Beer was a clock you could drink. You glance up at the sun. It's moved. The shadows are longer. Someone near you laughs, pats a friend on the shoulder, and says something in a language you can't understand. But you know what it means. Third beer's coming. And with that, a breeze picks up. The day exhales. And you, barley in your belly, begin to feel the gentle pull of Babylon's evening. Section 6. So here you are, content, barley-brained, leaning against a sun-warmed wall as the light starts to soften. The shadows are stretching now, long and elegant across the clay. Somewhere, a reed flute plays a few notes before getting interrupted by a goat. And just like that, it's time to talk about a number system that has quietly ruined every middle school math class since 1800 BCE. Because while you're busy watching shadows and sipping beer, the Babylonians were busy inventing base 60. Yes, sexagesimal. If you want to impress someone at a very strange party. The system that gave you 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, and that infuriating need to convert things into twelfths when all you wanted was a clean, metric lifestyle. And it all started right here, in a city of bricks and shadows and sun gods, with people trying to divide the sky. You lean back, squint at the sun's position, and realize that dividing the day evenly was not as easy as it sounds. 12 hours of daylight? Sure, but the sky's a big place, and the movement of celestial bodies? Not exactly symmetrical. Enter the mathematicians. The Babylonians were obsessed with astronomy, not because they were nerds, though, let's be honest, maybe a little, but because they genuinely believed that the heavens controlled everything. Crops, tides, the outcome of your sheep trade, whether your dreams meant doom or indigestion. So they needed a system that could handle the complicated math of the stars. Base 60 gave them that. Why? Because 60 is a beautiful, generous number. It's divisible by 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That means it breaks into neat parts easily. If you've ever tried to divide an hour between friends, or slice a pizza into equal pieces, you've been secretly worshiping at the altar of Babylonian math. Historians still argue whether the system came directly from Sumerian counting methods, which may have involved a combination of 10 fingers and 12 knuckles. No, really. Or whether the Babylonians refined it later for astronomical calculations. Either way, once they had it, they clung to it like a temple cat to a sunbeam. You peek over the shoulder of a scribe again. Poor guy is still there, still scratching symbols into a clay tablet with the same 1,000-yard stare you've seen on accountants in fluorescent lit offices centuries later. He's writing numbers in base 60. But here's the catch. There are no zeros. At least, not at first. Babylonian numerals worked like positional shorthand. If you saw a symbol in one place, it meant something totally different than if it was in another spot. No commas, no decimal points, just context and trust. You now understand why ancient math teachers probably carried extra large sticks. But it wasn't just for show. This system powered Babylon's timekeeping, because once you divide the day into 12 parts, it's not long before someone gets clever and divides those parts further. You end up with 60-minute hours, then 60-second minutes. All because some astrologer wanted to know exactly when Venus was going to rise behind that goat-shaped constellation again. And let's not forget maps. Ever wonder why there are 360 degrees in a circle? Thank Babylon. They figured a year had about 360 days. Close enough, ancient dudes. And then, genius move, they applied that same structure to circles. One complete revolution of the sun? 360 degrees. Boom. And because they loved dividing things into elegant bits, they made each degree have 60 subparts. And those subparts? Yep, 60 more sub-subparts. You now know why you struggled in geometry class. So as the sky changes color above you, and the obelisk's shadow creeps across its seventh carved notch, you start to feel it in your bones. Babylon didn't just measure time. They structured it, encoded it, systematized it into something almost sacred. Each minute meant something. Each number had weight. Each shadow was part of a geometry older than the pyramids. And weirdly enough, you're still living by it. The clock on your phone? 60 minutes. 60 seconds. The angle you turn your steering wheel, measured in Babylonian degrees. Your time zones, your schedules, your GPS systems, they all whisper with the ghost voice of some ancient scribe, still tapping wet clay with sleepy precision. Even your impatience at waiting 15 minutes for pizza delivery? A Babylonian legacy. So take a moment here, at the golden hour, to appreciate the slow genius of a civilization that looked at the sky, looked at their hands, looked at the length of their beer breaks, and decided that 60 was the number of the cosmos. Time, for them, wasn't just passing. It was a divine equation. And you? You're standing in the middle of it, watching the last of the sun slip toward the edge of the world, feeling every grain of it stretch across the earth. Tick, tock. Barley. Base 60. Babylon. Section 7. The sun is lower now, edging toward the horizon, like it's trying not to wake the neighbors. Shadows are longer, deeper. The clay walls glow like baked apricots. You can feel the whole city starting to lean toward evening. And that means one thing in Babylon. It's time to watch the sky. You think they were obsessed with shadows and barley beer? Oh, just wait until you meet the Babylonian star watchers. Because these people didn't just glance at the night sky and say, nice stars. No, they built towers for it. They made careers out of it. They logged every single flicker in cuneiform until they were basically ancient Excel sheets with sandals. You glance up at a towering ziggurat now, those massive, stacked brick temples that look like someone tried to build a wedding cake out of mud. But they weren't just places of worship. They were observatories. You climb, step by careful step. The air cools. Wind picks up. And at the top, a flat platform open to the sky. A priest stands there in robes, quietly murmuring as he lines up a wooden sighting rod with a bright spot in the darkening sky. What he's looking for is the stars that tell time. See, once the sun dipped too low for shadows to be useful, the Babylonians turned their eyes upward. The movement of stars, especially bright ones like Sirius or constellations like the Big Dipper, became the night clock. And they were good at it. They mapped the stars into a system we still use today. The zodiac, Babylonian. The idea that the sky moves in a predictable pattern, tied to seasons, months, rituals. Babylonian. They turned the night sky into a cosmic calendar, marking when to plant, when to harvest, when to panic, because Mars is too close to the moon. They even had star clocks, diagrams on clay tablets that showed which constellation should rise at each hour of the night. These were more accurate than sundials because the stars are always punctual. And yes, they divided night into 12 parts, just like the day. Historians still argue whether these hours were uniform or adjusted by season. Because, shorter nights in summer. But either way, the effect was the same. A night sliced into manageable, mystical wedges. And they kept records. Oh boy, did they keep records. You watch as the priest scribes the position of Venus into a damp tablet. He's adding it to a growing log of star data that spans generations. A kind of celestial diary, tracking risings, settings, eclipses, comets, each one noted with time, interpretation, and usually a helpful prediction, like good day to trade sheep, or possible firestorm, stay indoors. And yes, sometimes these logs were weird. One famous Babylonian text notes that if a goat walks backward while Jupiter sets, the king should eat bread alone. Useful? Maybe not. But they were trying to make sense of the cosmos with the tools they had. And the most important tool? Repetition. These observers watched the sky every night, noting every slight shift. After centuries, they could predict when certain stars would appear at certain times. And those star risings, they became time markers. So instead of meet me at 8 p.m., they'd say, meet me when the scorpion's tail touches the river, which, admittedly, has a bit more flair. But it wasn't just about astronomy. This was divine scheduling. Each star was associated with a god, each planet a personality. Saturn was slow and gloomy. Mars was angry. Venus, always Venus, was love and luck. When certain stars rose, certain deities were said to be awake, influencing everything from harvests to politics. So keeping track of star time wasn't just scientific, it was sacred. And don't think this was all highbrow priesthood stuff. Everyday Babylonians knew the basic patterns. You'd hear people say, the bull rises, time to prepare for planting. Or, the lion's eye glows bright, bad time to travel. Over generations, these patterns became rhythm, then memory, then tradition, time by constellation, by glow, by godlight. And while all this might sound mystic, you look up now and realize it works. The stars do rise in order. The sky does shift predictably. That glimmer to the east? It's the exact one mentioned in that clay tablet from 1200 BCE. And that's oddly comforting, because in a world without electric lights or alarm clocks, the stars were dependable. They showed up. They followed rules. They whispered, "You're not lost. You're just at the third hour of night." And as your eyes adjust, the sky stretches above you, deep indigo, scattered with cold fire. You spot Orion's belt, then a bright speck. Jupiter, probably. A slow wind brushes your cheeks. The priest finishes his notes and looks up at you with the calm of someone who spent his life watching infinity, one rising at a time. Down in the city, oil lamps flicker to life. And above you, time keeps glowing. Section 8. You descend the ziggurat slowly now, each step lit by flickering torches and the pale gleam of early starlight. The clay beneath your feet still holds the day's warmth, but the air's turning cooler, dusk slipping into proper night. And in Babylon, that means a shift in duty. The farmers are in. The scribes are mostly done. The priests, well, they never sleep. But now, it's the watchmen and night workers who step into rhythm. And to them, the stars aren't just decoration. They're timekeepers. And they don't just glance. They listen. Because this next layer of Babylonian time isn't about measuring hours with sticks or counting beers anymore. It's about sound. That's right. Welcome to auditory timekeeping. You see, once the world goes dark and the shadows blur, vision becomes less useful. And so the Babylonians turned to a new method: chanted calls, ritual noises, and timed sounds echoing through alleyways and courtyards. You round a corner, and there he is, a temple night watchman, perched beside a flickering oil lamp. He raises a curved horn to his lips, not to alarm anyone, but to mark a passage, a new watch, a new star, a change in the night's rhythm. Sound as a signal. These watches divided the night into parts, often 3, sometimes 4, depending on the era and the need. Each one was marked by a chanted call, a bell tone, or the deep boom of a conch shell. Simple, ancient, and perfectly audible through silent mud brick streets. The first watch, right after dusk. Second, middle of the night, dead time. Third, the final stretch before dawn. Each watch had its own vibe, its own rituals, even its own gods assigned to keep things orderly. And if you were on duty during one of these periods, you knew when it began, because you heard it. Historians still argue whether these sound signals were consistent across cities or left to the discretion of temple staff. But the archaeological evidence, bell fragments, horn carvings, and even sound-based offering texts suggests that oral time was as real as any shadow. And it wasn't just for guards. Cooks knew when to start preparing food for dawn offerings. Scribes knew when to lay down their styluses. Musicians, yes, Babylon had them, tuned their lyres by moonlight when certain constellations climbed above the rooftops. And sometimes, these night signals became songs, not lullabies exactly, but structured chants passed down through generations, timed perfectly with constellations and moon phases. One famous fragment, scratched into a palm-sized tablet, begins, "When the scorpion stings the shoulder of the night, and silver clouds drink the river's breath, we call the hour to sleep, or to fight." Beautiful, right? Also mildly threatening. But that's the point. Night was power. Mystical, dangerous, pregnant with omens. The kind of darkness where gods whispered and dreams roamed. So marking time during it wasn't just helpful. It was necessary. And those who didn't listen, they wandered. They overslept. They missed prayers or, worse, walked into omens unprepared. You see, certain moments in the night were considered thin, when the barrier between gods and mortals weakened. If you crossed a street during the second watch without a protective chant? Good luck. Might end up cursed, or dreaming of frogs for weeks. So the sounds weren't just timekeepers. They were protectors. You pass another watchman now, tapping a wooden staff against a stone, rhythmically. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps again. It's almost hypnotic, like a heartbeat for the city. Even the dogs know the rhythm. They don't bark, they just listen. And then you hear something else. From a window above, a low voice begins to chant. A household marking its own internal time. Not for the city, not for the gods, but for themselves. A bedtime song for a child, or a reminder to stoke the brazier. A single voice in the darkness, keeping time with breath and belief. And it's here, under this curtain of stars and slow sound, that you start to understand what time really means in Babylon. It's not precision, it's presence. Time isn't about minutes, it's about moments. Noticing when the air changes, hearing the call of the third watch, tasting the hush between chants. You keep walking now, guided by sound, by rhythm, by memory. The shadow clocks are sleeping. The stars are keeping watch. And Babylon breathes in harmony with its own ancient heartbeat. Section 9. The air cools deeper now. You wrap your robe, or, let's be honest, a slightly itchy linen borrowed from a time-traveling costume rack, a little tighter. The city hums low. Lamps flicker, and torches at the temple gates hiss faintly as insects flirt with open flames. The sky, rich velvet, stitched with stars that barely shimmer. They don't need to, because in Babylon, everything already knows what time it is, and in the absence of sun, shadow, and song, the Babylonians turn to something a little more drippy. You round the edge of a quiet courtyard and hear it. A soft, continuous trickle. No, it's not a leaky pipe. Pipes haven't been invented yet. It's something far older and far more deliberate. A water clock. Or, as the Babylonians knew it, the clepsydra. Now, before you conjure up images of elegant fountains and marble basins, pause. This is Mesopotamia. The world is made of mud, baked by the sun, and shaped by extremely practical people who needed to measure time when the stars hid behind clouds, or the priests were busy arguing about goat entrails. So what you're looking at is a bowl with a hole. Simple, elegant, a bit tragic. The clepsydra works like this. You take a clay bowl, possibly marked with time intervals on the inside, poke a tiny hole in the bottom, and fill it with water. Then you let it drain. The rate of water loss becomes your timer. When the bowl's empty, a unit of time has passed, and for short, controlled intervals, like timing prayers, cooking, or very awkward board meetings. It worked. You crouch beside one now, sitting near a temple doorway. The bowl is nestled in a shallow depression, catching moonlight. A robed assistant watches it like a hawk, eyes flicking between the draining water and a nearby tally tablet. 1 bowl equals 1 task. 2 bowls equals initiate next ritual. 4 bowls equals shift change, time to ring the second bell. Historians still argue whether Babylonian clepsydras had standardized hole sizes, or whether priests just eyeballed it and called it a day. but fragments of marked bowls suggest some real effort at precision. And that's impressive, considering this is the ancient equivalent of timing your dinner with a leaky mug. And remember, they didn't have stopwatches. So how do you calibrate a water clock? You don't. Not easily. But you can estimate. You can sit beside it for hours, counting heartbeats, watching stars, comparing drips, writing little clay complaints like, "The bowl drained too fast again. Thanks, Dumuzi." You watch as the water nears the final ring. The attendant lifts the bowl carefully, shakes it dry, and refills it again. Time starts over. A reset. And here's the best part. Unlike sundials or star clocks, clepsydras don't care about weather. They don't blink if the wind howls. They don't stop when the sky clouds. They just drip. Tick, drip, tick. Soft and endless. Like rain, but smarter. But let's be honest. This system wasn't perfect. Babylon's heat meant evaporation was a problem. A bowl left unattended could lose water before it even had a chance to escape through the bottom. And don't even ask what happened when someone accidentally bumped one. There's a famous fragment of a priest angrily noting, "The bowl spilled before the star rose. May the assistant be retrained." Ouch. Still, the clepsydra caught on. Temples had them. Homes had smaller versions. Some tablets even list 2-drip prayers, or half-bowl chants, implying that rituals were measured by liquid intervals. Your spiritual connection to the divine, apparently, lasted as long as it took a bowl to pee itself dry. And in a world where shadow disappeared at night and stars sometimes hid, this humble bowl became the night's heartbeat. Even when nothing else moved, the clepsydra did. And there were other versions, too. Some were inflow clocks, where water dripped into a bowl instead of out, rising to marked levels to measure time. Others had multiple nested bowls for longer durations. And if you were particularly fancy, or royal, your clepsydra might be engraved with little gods watching you like a silent jury. And yes, they had backup clocks. If the clepsydra broke, you switched to candle clocks, carefully measured sticks of wax that burned at predictable rates. But those were rare, expensive, and smelled like sadness. Water was easier. Water was everywhere. Water obeyed gravity. So here in the courtyard, as you sit listening to the gentle drip, surrounded by stone, starlight, and a slightly damp scribe who may or may not have dozed off, you begin to realize something. Time isn't loud here. It doesn't beep. It doesn't chime. It whispers. In trickles. In tap-tap reed scratches. In breathless pauses between chants. And as the last drop falls, as the bowl empties one more time into the basin below, you feel the city shift again. A subtle stirring, a clay-footed rhythm measured in water and waiting. Because even when the world sleeps, Babylon's clocks still flow. Section 10. Somewhere in the dark, a rooster thinks about crowing, then thinks better of it. It's not quite time. Not yet. But close. The stars have shifted. The clepsydra bowl is halfway through another cycle, and the city, in its soft twilight hum, begins to hold its breath for the coming of dawn. But before it arrives, there's one more timekeeping trick up Babylon's sleeve. Dreams. That's right. Before digital calendars and overpriced planners, before even rooster-based scheduling, The Babylonians tracked time and decisions through the mysterious workings of your subconscious. You're going to want to lie back for this one, because dreams weren't just nighttime nonsense in Babylon. They were messages from the gods, from the underworld, from your cousin who died weirdly and now wants you to move the family goat. But beyond their spiritual implications, dreams were also time markers. The people of Mesopotamia believed that certain dreams only came at certain hours of the night, and that when you woke, the nature of your dream could actually tell you what time it had been. Yes, your dreams were a clock. Imagine waking up groggy and confused, telling a priest there were lions and they were playing a flute. And he replies, "Ah, second watch. You must have drifted off just after the Scorpio constellation rose." You'd nod. Obviously. Dreams were divided into categories: early dreams, middle-of-the-night dreams, and dawn dreams. Each had different meanings, energies, and, of course, time frames. If you dreamed of being lost in reeds, that was one time. If you were flying over rivers with silver birds, that was another. Historians still argue whether this classification had any physiological basis or was entirely made up by insomniac priests desperate to assign meaning to their weird sleep habits. But the tablets are clear. Babylonians believed dreams followed the clock. And there were specialists for this. Dream interpreters, often temple-affiliated, who not only analyzed content, but also timing. One tablet fragment, scribbled hastily by a novice, reads, "If the dream comes in second night hour and features falling stars, it is favorable for crops, but not for childbirth." You can almost hear the poor guy nervously chewing his reed stylus. But it wasn't just priests. Ordinary citizens paid attention too. People kept dream journals. In clay, of course. Others offered sacrifices after nightmares, especially if they occurred during particularly ominous night hours. You didn't want to wake up mid-second watch with a vision of fire unless you were prepared to spend your morning slaughtering a chicken. And sometimes, dreams became so significant, they were used to start the calendar day. Forget sunrises. If you woke with a powerful, vivid dream, especially a prophetic one, it could reset your personal sense of time. That's how important they were. And then, there was incubation. No, not chicken eggs. Dream incubation was a practice where people slept deliberately in temples, hoping to receive divine dreams at the right time, just before dawn, when messages from the gods were considered clearest. You imagine yourself now, stretched out on a mat in a dimly lit chamber, the air warm with incense and the distant murmur of priests. You've been fasting. You've prepared. You're listening for that subtle tick inside your own head, the one that says, "Here it comes." Sleep overtakes you. The gods, hopefully, are on schedule. And when you wake, the color of the dream, its tone, its images, all these become a timestamp. You roll over, scribble it on a wax tablet, or whisper it to an apprentice, and begin your day not with a shadow or a star, but with a lion-headed god waving at you in a foggy riverbank. It sounds surreal, because it is. But in a world where clocks didn't tick, and time was felt more than told, dreams were as valid a measurement as any. And it makes sense. Dreams arrive in rhythm with the body, with breath, with heartbeat, with the light slowly bleeding in through reed windows. You might not know it's 3:42 a.m., but your mind knows where you are in the cycle. And in Babylon, that meant it could tell you what the stars were doing without ever opening your eyes. So while sundials and clepsydras hummed along in courtyards and towers, your own dreaming brain whispered the time in riddles. A woman turns into a tree. Second watch. A snake climbs a mountain. First watch. You're floating gently above a river. No body, just warmth and sound. That, my friend, is a dawn dream. A time of peace, of new beginnings. You blink now, because dawn is coming for real. The dreams are dissolving, their clocks complete. And somewhere in the distance, a rooster finally clears his throat. Section 11. The first rooster crows like it's been waiting its whole life for this exact moment. Then another joins in, and another, until the city trembles ever so slightly under a feathery alarm clock chorus that has no snooze button and absolutely no chill. You stretch, or rather, your borrowed Mesopotamian limbs stretch, quietly protesting the clay bench you accidentally dozed off on. A breeze stirs. It smells faintly of ash, barley, and the kind of optimism only found before breakfast. It's morning in Babylon, and that means it's time to talk about how the Babylonians knew it was, well, morning. You already know they tracked the stars. You know they watched shadows. You even know they counted dreams like spiritual alarm clocks. But there's another layer to this early timekeeping, and it's one you might not expect. Smells? Yes, really. Because in a world before alarms and cell phones, the scent of morning rituals became a subtle, reliable way to track the rise of day. You pass a street-side hearth now, where a woman in layered linen is grinding barley, not because she's hungry, though probably that too, but because grinding grain in the morning was a thing, an official start to the day. You could hear it across neighborhoods, a low, rhythmic sound, like the heartbeat of a city waking up. Soon, other sensory cues join in, the crackle of kindling, fires being lit for breakfast, for offerings, for warmth, the soft whoosh of air through reed flutes from nearby windows, tuning themselves into the rhythm of day. And rising above it all, the unmistakable scent of burning incense. Because if you're anywhere near a temple, and in Babylon, you're never far from a temple, the morning offering has begun. Historians still argue whether incense served mostly religious or practical purposes. But either way, its role in marking time is crystal clear. The priests burned specific blends, frankincense, myrrh, cedar resin, at exact times each day. These weren't just offerings to the gods. They were olfactory clocks. As the scent spread, it told the city, dawn is official now. The gods are awake. So are you. There's even a cuneiform phrase that roughly translates to, the smoke calls the hour. Poetic, right? You lean against a warm clay wall now, breathing in that bittersweet perfume. Someone near you hums a morning hymn, and for a moment you realize that Babylonian timekeeping wasn't just visual or audible. It was embodied. It touched every sense. You tasted the beer schedule. You saw the sundials. You heard the chants and bells. You smelled the hours. Time wrapped around you like river mist. And it didn't stop at morning. You follow the growing bustle of daybreak. Market stalls opening, oxen yawning dramatically, scribes squinting at lists they probably should have written the night before, and head toward the temple of Marduk. This was the big one, the mega temple, the home of the city's patron god, Marduk, whose job description included everything from weather control to divine justice to making sure your lentils didn't burn. And Marduk's priests? They were the keepers of sacred time. They didn't just light incense and mutter chants. They kept track of celestial events, trained apprentices to read stars and dreams, measured barley for sacrifices, and, most importantly, announced the passing of sacred hours. You arrive just in time to hear one now. A deep-voiced priest stands at the ziggurat's base, raising both arms. He speaks, not loudly, but with enough gravity to tug the ears of everyone within hearing range. The sun has hit the edge of the eastern wall. The first daylight hour has begun. There's no countdown, no ticking, no push notification, just presence. Just someone who has stood in that exact spot, at that exact moment, every morning since who knows when, watching the same ray of sun stretch across the same line of stone. And as that light hits your toes now, warming the dust, kissing the hem of your not-so-fashionable robe, you realize Babylon didn't need precision to understand time. It needed rhythm. It didn't need gears and batteries. It needed ritual. And the first ritual of the day is simply noticing. Noticing the scent of incense. Noticing the firelight in the window. Noticing the rooster's ridiculous enthusiasm. Noticing the way your body stirs, your spirit re-enters, and the world tilts gently towards something new. You take a slow breath. The city is fully awake now. But you've seen the morning through Babylonian eyes. And there's something oddly comforting about a civilization that greeted each day with prayer, barley, and the quiet understanding that time lives everywhere. Not just on a clock, but in the warmth of the wall, the scent of the street, the light in the dust, and the first whisper of the sun as it nudges you softly toward the day. Section 12. You're walking now, slowly, because it turns out linen sandals don't have arch support. And your path winds through the early morning streets of Babylon. Everything is golden. Not metaphorically, actually golden. The sun has fully breached the skyline, and every brick glows like it's been dusted with honey. It's time for numbers. Brace yourself, because here comes the revenge of the base 60 system. Again. Yes, we touched on it earlier, but now you're seeing it in action. As you round the corner past a merchant setting out jars of pickled onions, the kind you'd regret by mid-morning, you notice something odd. On a small stone plinth in front of a school, one of those elite scribal academies, they've etched a chart into the surface. It's a multiplication table, but not your multiplication table. It's base 60. Now, if you're like most people, the idea of base anything other than 10 makes your eye twitch. But this is how the Babylonians did everything. 60 wasn't just their favorite number. It was the backbone of their cosmos. Here's why. First off, 60 is what we math nerds call a highly composite number. It can be divided by 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That means you can break it into all kinds of handy fractions without ending up in a decimal swamp. So, if you're dealing with slices of bread, portions of beer, or how much time it takes for your goat to walk in a circle, base 60 is weirdly useful. But the real magic of base 60 showed up in how they counted time. Ever wonder why your hour has 60 minutes? Why each minute has 60 seconds? Why a circle has 360 degrees? You can thank or blame the Babylonians. You glance down at a nearby tablet where a young apprentice is learning how to convert time using tiny wedge marks. The numbers are grouped in place value clusters, similar to how we write ones, tens, hundreds. But their clusters are 60s. So 1,000 in their system, that means 60. 1.1? That's 61. Confused yet? Good. Welcome to scribe school. But they didn't have a zero. Not at first, anyway. And even when they did start marking a placeholder, usually just a space or a faint symbol, it wasn't a full-fledged number. So interpretation relied heavily on context. It's like trying to read a digital clock that only sometimes admits it has an AM setting. Still, these folks were brilliant. They used base 60 to calculate lunar cycles, to chart planetary motion, to create tax schedules. Yes, even ancient empires couldn't escape tax season. And the best part? They wrote it all down on thousands of clay tablets, which we've found in heaps, some still legible after nearly 4,000 years, which is more than can be said for your last grocery receipt. Historians still argue whether the base 60 system was inherited fully from the Sumerians or refined by Babylonian astronomer priests to better model sky math. But what's clear is that this numerical system became law. Legal contracts were timed in 60ths. Land parcels were measured using degree-based geometry. Yes, for real. Even medical prescriptions could include time-based instructions like heat for 1/3 of an hour, chant twice, then apply. And because we inherited so much from Greek scholars, who themselves borrowed heavily from Babylon, our entire modern time system is a direct descendant of these mud-scribbled calculations. But wait, it gets wilder. The Babylonians applied base 60 logic, not just to time, but also to angles. They saw circles as sacred, symbolic of eternity. So they divided them into 360 degrees, roughly 1 degree per day of the solar year. That's why you turn in degrees, not metric radians. That's why your GPS gently bullies you to turn left in 300 meters, and not turn left at P6 radians. Because of some clever Mesopotamian who looked at the sky, a pot of barley, and the position of Venus, and said, "Yep, 60 will do." You duck into a scribe's courtyard, where 2 older students are testing each other. 1/6 of an hour? 10 minutes. Correct. 3/60ths of an hour? 3 minutes. And 5/6ths? 50 minutes. Congratulations, you now qualify to work the temple oven. You smile, because somehow this all works. It's logical, rhythmic, and deeply ingrained in the culture. Babylonians didn't think about time as something separate from the cosmos. Time was the cosmos. Divisible, sacred, predictable, woven into everything they did. The rise of a shadow, the turn of a planet, the clink of a beer jug past every 60 heartbeats, all timed, all part of the system. So as you walk through this sun-drenched courtyard, with math echoing around the walls and the smell of baking dates floating in from a nearby oven, you realize time in Babylon wasn't just counted. It was felt, measured, lived in 60s, always 60s, and somewhere deep down, your modern-day self sighs and realizes you've been living on Mesopotamian time all along. Section 13. You wander further now, winding through alleyways that curve like lazy question marks, brick walls soaking up the heat of the still rising sun. Somewhere nearby, someone is shouting about lentil prices. Someone else is whistling. And a child is absolutely wailing about having to go fetch water. But your attention, it drifts upward, to the rooftops, to the temples, to the towers, where time is still being watched, carefully, ceremonially, and yes, obsessively. Because today, you're about to witness one of Babylon's most subtle timekeeping marvels, shadow staircases. No, that's not the name of an indie band or a haunted house ride. It's exactly what it sounds like. Imagine this. You build a stairway, not to get from one level to another, but to track the sun. Each step catches sunlight at a specific time of day. When the shadow reaches the third step, time for the midday offering. Fifth step, begin grinding the spices. Seventh step, you better run, or you'll miss the beer allocation. You squint now at one of these structures, tucked behind a temple wall, like it's pretending not to be special. The steps are wide, shallow, worn down by centuries of dusty feet and divine guesswork. A priest stands beside it, holding what looks like a measuring rod, but really, it's his time checker. He isn't counting steps for fun. He's watching where the shadow falls, marking its journey with faint charcoal smudges on the stone. It's a human-sized sundial, custom-built for the temple's orientation, latitude, and function. No one-size-fits-all timepieces here. And you realize, for the Babylonians, architecture was a clock. Ziggurats weren't just massive religious monuments. Their design, with terraced layers and angled sides, created natural shadow trackers. Priests could ascend and descend, watching how the sun's movement touched specific walls or altars. And these shadows didn't just mark time. They marked rituals. Offerings couldn't happen whenever you felt like it. They had to be done on time, down to the angle of sunlight on sacred thresholds. Historians still argue whether each temple had its own unique shadow calendar, or if there was a standardized model across the empire. But based on archaeological findings, sloped stone surfaces, inscriptions with solar markers, even small models of temples used for training, it's safe to say shadow architecture was intentional. And it wasn't limited to priests. Shopkeepers, too, often built mini shadow markers into their stalls. A notch carved into a wall, a brick arranged just so. Something that would let them know when to pack up for siesta or begin the slow transition into late afternoon selling. It was everywhere once you started looking. You glance at a nearby courtyard where a family meal is wrapping up. The matriarch leans out from her kitchen nook, watching the shadow of her drying line as it touches a specific crack in the ground. She nods. Time to start the barley mash. No clocks, no bells, just sun and stone, and an understanding passed down from someone's great-great-great-grandmother. And it all works because of one simple truth. The sun never lies. Sure, clouds may get in the way. And yes, you might argue with your neighbor about whether the shadow actually touched the fourth brick or just hovered near it. But over time, this slow ballet of light and form became muscle memory. People didn't check the hour. They felt it. The same way you know it's mid-afternoon by the way your energy dips, or how sunset smells different from noon. Now imagine building that feeling into every part of your city. Doorways that catch light only at certain times. Hallways that glow precisely at solstice. Garden walls where flowers bloom in rhythm with the light's angle. A city that tells time by design. And you? You're starting to see it now. The way a particular corner warms only in the early hours. The way that temple roof flashes gold just before noon. The way long shadows stretch like dancers across the market bricks in late afternoon. It's subtle, quiet, but soothing. Time here isn't just about getting things done. It's not about being on the dot or optimizing productivity. It's about harmony, with light, with space, with the way the world naturally moves. And maybe, just maybe, you start to wonder if the modern world, for all its buzzing gadgets and synchronized satellites, has lost something. Something slow, something stone-colored, something that watches the light and whispers, "Now, now is the hour." You exhale. The shadow slips down one more step, and Babylon turns its face, calm, steady, sun-warmed, toward whatever comes next. Section 14. The sun climbs higher now, casting sharp, decisive shadows across the streets, like it's signing its name in light. You can feel it on your skin, a dry, ancient heat that wraps around you like a sun-baked scarf. Babylon is fully awake, fully alive. And right about now, it's lunchtime, which brings us, naturally, to the beer schedule. Yes, beer. Again. You've probably noticed by now that Babylonian society was basically held together with clay, sun, and large quantities of lukewarm, fermented barley juice. But what you might not realize is that beer wasn't just a social lubricant. It was a clock. Let's break this down. In Babylon, daily beer rations were doled out based on class, labor, and temple obligations. These weren't optional. They were structured, scheduled, and deeply ritualized. Workers? They had scheduled beer breaks, marked by shadows or water clocks. Temple staff? Timed distributions, often before or after sacred offerings. Officials? Higher quality beer, served on a more generous but equally timed schedule. You pass a shaded courtyard where a line is forming. People of all stripes, field workers, scribes, maybe a priest's cousin trying to cut in line, are waiting patiently by a storage hut with wide clay vats. This isn't a pub. It's a ration station. A young woman stands behind a massive jar holding what looks like a scoop carved from a gourd. She ladles out kash, the word for beer, into wide, flat bowls. It's thick, cloudy, probably chewy, and delicious. Probably. Maybe. Okay, nutritional is the polite word. But here's the thing. The timing of this distribution matters. Every household, every worker, every temple servant knows when they're allowed their share. You don't just wander in any time. You wait for the midday mark, a moment often tracked by a combination of shadow reaching a known point, like the base of a market awning, the second draining of a clepsydra bowl, or a subtle sound cue, like a bell or even a whistle made from reed. This is beer o'clock, and it is serious business. Historians still argue whether Babylonian beer times varied across neighborhoods or were enforced citywide. But from ration lists we found, it's clear that beer schedules were considered official time intervals, almost like punching a time card. In fact, some contracts include clauses like, if he misses his beer at midday, he forfeits the afternoon labor wage. Imagine that in your work contract. The beer itself came in different grades, each with a charmingly bureaucratic name, like strong beer, filtered beer, dark beer, low beer for people on the naughty list, sweet beer, usually offered to gods, babies, and possibly hangovers. You even find a tablet that records the beer allocation for a royal festival. It's timed hour by hour. 2 jugs at the 3rd hour of daylight, 1 strong bowl at shadow point, 3 toasts at sundown, with flute accompaniment. We love a festive spreadsheet. But beer, though, wasn't just for humans. Temples offered it to the gods as part of their ritual meals. In one detailed priestly record, you find a charmingly specific line. The idol of Marduk shall receive 2 measures of sweet beer when the sundial shadow touches the lion's paw, which is poetic code for at exactly mid-afternoon. So whether you were divine, royal, or just a sweaty guy hauling bricks, beer structured your day. You felt the time based on when the barley mash reached your lips. And here's where it gets interesting. If beer was delayed, people noticed. Time felt broken. There's a complaint tablet in the British Museum, really, from a man outraged by receiving inferior grain, which led to, yes, inferior beer. He actually wrote, "The beer does not rise in my heart. The time is bitter." A true poet of the workplace. But there's more. Because beyond being a schedule, beer was also a social synchronizer. Picture this. You're sipping your allotted share under a tamarisk tree, trading gossip and laughter with coworkers. The taste may be earthy, but the moment is sweet. And then, right on time, a temple bell rings. You rise, pass your bowl to the side, and shuffle off to the next duty. Beer told you when to stop, when to pause, when to begin again. It's not unlike modern coffee breaks, really, except the coffee is warm, alcoholic porridge, and your boss is a god statue with gold eyebrows. So as you move through the midday crowd, dodging a donkey with strong opinions and a child slinging figs at pigeons, you feel the rhythm of the city settle into its second act. Everyone's full, slightly buzzed, focused. The sun climbs toward its zenith. The priests prepare the next offering, and somewhere in your gut, there's the gentle gurgle of a barley-based timepiece, reminding you that, yes, you live on beer standard time now. Section 15. The midday haze settles over Babylon like a warm, flour-dusted blanket. Everything slows, not because the city is tired, but because this is the still point in the wheel of the day. The sun hovers directly overhead, casting almost no shadow at all. You squint at your feet. They've vanished. Just you, glowing bricks, and that oddly comforting beer swirl still lounging in your stomach. You've arrived at zenith time. In Babylonian terms, this is the high noon equivalent. though they wouldn't have called it that. To them, it was the sun's throne moment. The sky monarch sitting in full power, directly above, illuminating the world equally. And here's the funny part. This was a time without a shadow, which made it, paradoxically, one of the hardest times to measure. Remember all those clever shadow trackers and sundials? They don't work here. When the sun is directly overhead, your carefully built brick post casts a tiny, sad stub of a shadow that tells you exactly nothing, except that you're being slowly cooked. So what did Babylonians do? They got creative. They used what scholars now call the gnomon trick. A gnomon is just a fancy word for a vertical stick, or pole, or statue, or, let's be honest, whatever you had lying around. The Babylonians would plant one in a courtyard, perfectly upright, and then measure its shadow, shrinking to nothing as the sun rose. And when the shadow was at its shortest, bam, zenith. This was the hour for midday prayers, changing temple shifts, starting naps under palm trees, or, if you were elite, inspecting your beard in a polished bronze mirror, because the light was just that good. You pass a temple guard now, who glances at the nearly invisible shadow under a ziggurat step and nods. He taps a small clay bell. Just once. The sound echoes, signaling that the moment of celestial balance has passed, and the day begins to tilt. Historians still argue whether the Babylonians considered the zenith a sacred time or simply a practical transition point. Some tablets suggest special incantations tied to this light alignment, while others just use it as a timestamp. Like, he arrived at the house of barley, just as the pole's shadow vanished. Poetic. And oddly satisfying. What's fascinating is how zenith tracking eventually influenced Babylonian geometry. Imagine, to measure when the sun is highest, you need to know angles. To know angles, you need shapes. To know shapes, you need math. And so from this simple desire to know when lunch started, you get proto-geometry. Tables that measure the length of a shadow at different sun angles, the height of a wall based on its noon shadow, the distance to a tower using the sun, and a lot of math scribbled in wedge-shaped stress handwriting. It's all connected. A shrinking shadow wasn't just a when, it was a tool for planning, for surveying, for understanding how the world worked. And this brings us to the solar timekeepers. Not just sundials, but full-scale solar observatories, some embedded right into temples. Picture-layered rooftops where priests walked back and forth at specific times, checking where beams of light landed through narrow slits in the stone. There's evidence that some temples were built to align with the sun's zenith on equinoxes, so that for just one moment, the inner sanctum would be bathed in direct light. A divine spotlight cue. No fog machine needed. You imagine standing inside one now. The room is quiet, cool stone underfoot. And then, at the perfect angle, a single shaft of sun slices through a tiny hole above the doorway, illuminating a golden statue's outstretched hand. That's not just a moment. That's the moment. The kind of thing you wait all day for, or maybe all season, because in Babylon, light was currency, a gift from the gods, a way to mark time, but also to feel connected to something impossibly large. You step back outside. The shadows are returning now, gently creeping back under sandals and benches. The city begins to stir again. Conversations pick up. The smell of roasting onions drifts down from a rooftop kitchen. Someone tries to sell you a suspiciously squishy melon. You decline politely. But even in the bustle, you carry something sacred, a memory of that shadowless moment, of time pausing, however briefly, at its brightest point. And as the sun tilts westward, as Babylon slides into its long afternoon, you realize this city doesn't just measure time. It embodies it, brick by brick, shadow by shadow, moment by moment. Section 16. You walk through a city shimmering in the golden light of post-zenith calm. Everything seems a little slower now, not sleepy exactly, but measured, like the city has just taken a deep breath, sighed it out, and is preparing for the long stretch into evening. And in Babylon, that stretch was ruled by one key concept: divisions of the afternoon. Forget your modern 3 p.m. slump or 4:30 why am I still working crisis. The Babylonians carved their afternoons into specific ritual blocks, little packets of time defined not by minutes, but by meaning. Let's unpack that. By now, the shadow has returned, lengthening by the minute. And those same priests who marked the shortening of light at noon are now watching it grow again, like a cosmic pendulum swinging the other way. Their measurements? Not with hours exactly, but with a term called the double hour. This was one of the basic Babylonian units of time, about 2 modern hours, depending on the season. Days were longer in summer, shorter in winter, so each double hour flexed with nature's mood swings. You pass a priest hunched over a clay tablet, sketching wedge marks in clusters, each cluster tied to a known activity block. First double hour afternoon, check irrigation channels. Second, deliver barley rations. Third, begin early evening incense prep. Fourth, quiet the goats. Seriously, they get rowdy. It's a world built not around minutes, but tasks. The kind of world where time is defined by what you do, not what your clock says. And so, in the courtyards and alleyways, you see the rhythm playing out. A group of young boys dash past, carrying baskets of reeds, part of the scheduled thatching crew for tomorrow's temple visitors. Their laughter echoes off walls, sun-warmed and ancient. In a market corner, scribes stretch their backs. They've finished tabulating grain receipts, the kind written in cuneiform, so dense it could stop a bronze spear. And in temple kitchens, the baking begins. Because afternoon in Babylon means food preparation for the evening sacrifices. You duck under an awning and find yourself face to face with a baker stirring a pot so large it could double as a kiddie pool. The mixture, a thick, rich dough made of barley, dates, and, of course, sweet beer. He glances at the sun's angle and nods. It's time to begin kneading. The temple will want the first batch before the shadow of the ziggurat touches the goat statue. And not a second later, you step aside as a young girl rushes past, her arms full of flat bread trays. Time, measured in tasks, completed before the next shadow shift. Historians still debate how rigid this system truly was. Did every citizen live by these blocks? Or were they primarily used in temple and administrative circles? But one thing is clear. The city moved in waves. Not tick-tock clicks, but flowing cycles. And it wasn't just about scheduling. These afternoon divisions were often spiritually significant. For example, the third double hour was considered the moment when the veil between gods and men began to thin. The final double hour before sunset was prime time for omens, especially in bird behavior. If a pigeon landed left of a doorway, good luck. If it flapped 3 times and pooped on the priest's sandal, less lucky. You wander through a narrow lane now, following a scent trail of honey and spiced oil. Ahead, a group of temple attendants sit cross-legged, counting out incense beads and muttering calculations. They're working against the light, not because it's urgent, but because the evening incense offering must begin at the exact moment the sun kisses the top of the western city wall. Not before, not after. That's when Marduk's breath cools, or so the stories say. So you glance west now. The sun is lowering, slow and deliberate, like a theater curtain, dropping 1 velvet inch at a time. Shadows stretch farther. The heat begins to ebb. And the air? The air changes. Cooler. Dustier. A little electric. You've reached the hinge point between late afternoon and early evening. A moment marked not with a bell, but with the sound of birds returning to their nests and the clink of incense bowls being set in place. This is when time stops feeling linear. It starts feeling sacred, as though all of Babylon has paused for just a breath, waiting for the first tendril of night to curl over the rooftops. You close your eyes, and you feel it, the weight of the day behind you, the quiet hush of something ancient and steady, and the knowledge that in this city, even the shadows keep their appointments. Section 17. The first flicker of orange spills across the rooftops like honey melting on warm stone. Babylon exhales. The air cools. The streets take on that end-of-day shimmer, the one you only get when the sun's barely hanging on and the shadows are stretching like sleepy cats across the dust. Even the animals seem quieter now. You pass a goat that gives you the side-eye, chews once more, and settles into a heap like someone clocking out of their shift. A dog yawns so hard you're briefly concerned it's unhinged its jaw. Because in Babylon, evening isn't just the end of the day. It's a ceremony, a rhythm, a slow unraveling. And the best part? It's when the fire clocks come out. Yes, you heard that right. We've had sundials. We've had water clocks. We've had incantations, incense, and gnomons galore. Now it's time for flame-based timekeeping. You round the corner into a courtyard flanked by low mud brick walls and catch sight of a small, raised stone slab. On it, a vessel shaped like a bowl filled with oil. A long wick rises from the center, burning steadily. Not just for light, not just for mood. This is a lamplight clock, the kind used when the shadows are too long and the stars haven't yet taken over. Here's how it works. The oil burns at a relatively steady rate. If you know how much oil is in the bowl and how long it takes to burn an inch of wick, you can measure time by flame. One priestly text refers to it like this: when the fourth finger of the flame is lost, call the final chant, which is probably code for, you've got one more verse to go, buddy. These clocks weren't wildly precise, but they were reliable enough for what mattered. When to offer the final prayer, when to call the evening guard, when to close the market stalls, when to start that all-important dinner prep. Yes, even 4,000 years ago, people stressed about overcooking lentils. You pause to watch a temple servant refill the oil carefully, counting the drops like a ritual. Each one a quiet promise. This much light for this much time. Historians still argue whether these clocks were widespread or mostly ceremonial. We've found references to them in tablets tied to temple routines, but little evidence they made it into everyday homes. Still, if you were near a temple or part of its extended rhythm, which, let's be honest, most of Babylon was, you would know the flame meant time. And the flame was never alone, because right as it glowed stronger, you'd begin to hear another signal of Babylonian evening, the flutes, a soft, floating melody drifting through the alleyways. Not grand, not loud, just a twilight sound, something between a lullaby and a summons. Often played by temple musicians or apprentices, it marked the official beginning of the evening wind-down period. You listen now. It's faint, but there, a reedy tune, rising and dipping, weaving its way through smoke and silence. And as it plays, the last light of the sun disappears behind the western gate. The sky shifts from dusty rose to a purple so deep it makes you feel like falling backward into it. The evening offering is about to begin. You're lucky. Tonight, you've been invited to witness it. The temple courtyard glows with firelight now. Dozens of small flames line the perimeter, each one in a clay bowl, each one casting its own little dance on the stones. Priests move slowly, purposefully, like they've rehearsed this scene for decades, maybe centuries. One kneels and presents a small plate, offering fruit, flatbread, and yes, a modest cup of beer. Another begins a low chant, and overhead, Venus appears, just as expected. In Babylonian astronomy, Venus wasn't just a planet. She was Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and perfectly timed entrances. Her appearance in the evening sky was both astronomical marker and divine presence. Ishtar rises, someone whispers. And so the evening phase of timekeeping begins, because now time is measured in stars, in where they rise, in how they move, in when certain constellations pass over temple spires. You glance up and see the early glitter of the plow, a Babylonian constellation you might know better as part of Ursa Major. It's tracking its way toward the horizon, just like it does every evening. A dependable old friend, shining across millennia. And just like that, another layer of timekeeping unfolds. Fire fades. Stars rise. Chants end. Silence begins. You step away from the temple now, down a narrow lane where oil lamps flicker in window slits, casting slivers of golden light on the path. Everything has slowed. Time no longer marches. It glides, measured not by machines, but by flame, by song. By the way, the sky leans just a little closer when the world finally stops talking. Section 18. You step carefully now, your sandals padding against cool, compacted dust. Babylon after dark is a different city, quieter, softer, more mysterious. The heat has lifted. The noise has faded to murmurs. And every little sound, hoof clops, distant laughter, the rustle of reeds, feels 10 times louder in the velvet hush of twilight. It's the kind of evening that makes you want to whisper. And maybe watch the stars. Because here in Babylon, the night sky wasn't just a pretty backdrop. It was the ultimate timekeeper, a vast, glittering calendar written in light, across which gods wandered, omens whispered, and schedules unfolded. Welcome to the stellar clockwork of ancient Mesopotamia. You're standing near the riverbank now. Overhead, the first constellations have fully emerged. There's a platform nearby, low and flat, built of stone and packed earth. On it stand 2 men in robes, each holding a stylus and a clay tablet. They're not star-gazing romantics. They're Chaldean astronomer priests. And they mean business. You watch as one tilts his head just slightly, eyes narrowed, scanning the horizon. The other begins scribbling. They're tracking the heliacal rising of a particular star, one that just reappeared after weeks hidden behind the sun's glare. Its return marks a new time cycle, possibly a religious season, possibly a tax deadline. Babylon was full of surprises. This form of timekeeping wasn't casual. It was detailed, predictive, sometimes obsessive. The Babylonians created star catalogs, long, astonishingly accurate lists of when celestial bodies would appear, how they would move, and what that meant for the world below. The most famous? The Mul-Apin tablets. These clay masterpieces, and yes, masterpieces is the word, are some of the oldest known astronomy documents. They list constellations, track the movements of the moon and planets, and link specific stars to particular months and tasks. They even divided the sky into 3 great biaths: the path of Enlil, northern sky; the path of Anu, central belt; the path of Ea, southern sky. Each path had its own star markers, its own omens, its own timekeeping logic. You glance up again. There's something calming about it, the way Babylonian time wasn't imposed on the stars, but learned from them. They didn't say, "It's 9 p.m." They said, "The tail of the lion rises," or "Venus crosses the horns of the bull." Time, here, was celestial choreography. Even the moon was a major player. Priests carefully observed its cycles, not just full moons and crescents, but how fast it moved, what color it appeared, whether it hugged the horizon or soared high. Each variation mattered. One tablet notes, "When the moon rises in the path of Ea and shines red, the king shall speak with caution," which sounds like astrology, sure, but it was also timetable setting. Certain civic rituals only occurred during a waxing gibbous moon, others during a waning crescent. The lunar calendar ran the show, especially when it came to agriculture and offerings. Historians still debate how widely the average Babylonian followed these star rules. Was it just the priests? Or did farmers and merchants also track the heavens from rooftops and riverbanks? But based on surviving school tablets, it's clear even young scribes were taught celestial basics, enough to read a star chart, note a rising, or mutter something vaguely astrological when dinner was late. And honestly, who among us hasn't blamed the moon for a minor catastrophe? You continue down the path now, past the reeds, gently nodding in the breeze. The air smells like silt and spice. Somewhere, a low drum beat begins. Maybe a private gathering. Maybe just someone testing rhythms against the hum of night. You glance back over your shoulder at the observation platform. Still there. Still tracking. Still writing. Because this is a city where the stars aren't just decoration. They're calendar and compass, clock and omen, schedule and scripture. And the sky? The sky is the first spreadsheet, etched in light, scrawled across the heavens, unfolding one night at a time. You lie back now, just for a moment, on a patch of cool earth. The stars blink, the constellations breathe, and as the city continues its sacred rhythm beneath them, you begin to feel, maybe for the first time, that time isn't something you wear on your wrist. It's something you sleep under. Section 19. You sit up slowly now, brushing a bit of grit from your elbow. The night has settled in properly, thick, velvet dark, stitched with stars. Somewhere in the distance, a lyre plucks a few tentative notes, then falls silent. Babylon has reached that quietest part of evening, the stretch just before deep night takes over. And here's where the Babylonians, once again, surprise you. Because you'd think that in a world without street lamps, people would just curl up after sunset and call it a day. But not here. Not in a city where time flows in layers, not lines. Not you rise and walk toward one of the city's residential quarters. The houses here are low and square, built from sun-baked mud brick, clustered like careful Tetris blocks. Most have rooftop terraces, flat spaces open to the sky where people cook, rest, and, most importantly tonight, sleep. But before that, they watch. You climb a narrow staircase onto a rooftop where a family is gathered. They don't seem surprised to see you. It's Babylon. Strangers happen. One man offers you a stool. Someone passes dates. You settle in. And then you see it. On the far corner of the roof stands a night watcher. Not a soldier, not quite a priest. Just someone from the household, maybe a cousin or uncle, standing quietly beside a small drip jar. You tilt your head. It's an early version of something we've met before, a water clock. But this one isn't for daylight. It's made for the dark. The jar has a tiny hole at the bottom. It drips steadily into a basin below. Each fill line corresponds to a chunk of the night, an informal hour marker. No bells, no gongs, just the sound of dripping water in the silence. It's hypnotic, and it's brilliant, because in the absence of the sun or shadows, this little contraption lets the family measure the watches of the night, a tradition as old as temple towers and as precise as a well-trained yawn. You look around. On other rooftops, you spot more of them. Quiet figures, listening, watching. Some families even mark each watch with a small task. The first watch, say a protective prayer. The second, check on the oil lamp. The third, reposition the grain sacks so the dew doesn't ruin them. The fourth, start prepping breakfast dough, because the city never truly sleeps. Historians still argue how standardized these night watches were. Some suggest they matched celestial shifts, dividing night by which constellation was overhead. Others believe the water clocks dictated the rhythm entirely, with homemade calibrations based on trial, error, and possibly the moon's attitude that week. But whatever the method, the purpose was the same: to know where you were in the night's unfolding. to feel grounded in time, even when darkness swallowed the streets. And there's something beautiful in that. You sip from a clay cup someone offers, cool water, maybe flavored with herbs. The rooftop breeze dances over your skin. Above, the stars continue their slow waltz. Below, the drip of water keeps time better than any wristwatch. Tick, tick, tick. Or rather, drop, drop, drop. Each one marking not just time, but care. Because this isn't just tracking for fun. These rooftop watches had purpose: to keep the fire from going out, to guard the home from wandering spirits, to make sure the family woke at the right moment, whether for temple, field work, or a particularly picky rooster. You shift in your seat. The clay beneath you is still warm from the day. The sky overhead deepens, and with it comes a feeling both eerie and comforting. You're being watched by the stars, yes, but also watched over by those who refuse to let the night pass unmarked. One of the children stirs in sleep nearby. A woman rises, checks the drip bowl, nods. Another line reached. Another watch begins. You're reminded now that time in Babylon never stopped. Not for sleep, not for shadow. It flowed, always, tracked by sun, by star, by flame, by water that never rushed. You lean back. The city sighs. And for one perfect moment, you feel like you could stay on this rooftop forever, held gently between constellations and clay, between water's whisper and the soft murmur of people who knew how to let the night unfold. Section 20. You lie there just a little longer on that sun-warmed rooftop, belly full of dates, ears full of silence, the kind that hums like a soft lullaby in the bones. The water clock ticks on, well, drips, and the night deepens into something even quieter, if that's possible. But time, as always in Babylon, keeps moving. And now we enter one of the most intriguing parts of ancient Mesopotamian timekeeping, the part you definitely didn't learn about in school. Dream time. Yes, that's right. In Babylon, the hours after dark weren't just for sleeping and measuring water drip intervals. They were for decoding dreams. You stretch and look across the rooftops. In one corner of the city, a soft bell chimes. Not a temple bell, but something more intimate. A sound that signals the final hour of full night is approaching. In a home nearby, someone is already waking up from the first stretch of sleep. Not from insomnia, not from a too loud donkey, but to record their dreams. You creep toward the edge of the rooftop and peer down into a courtyard where a man sits cross-legged, rubbing his eyes. Next to him is a child, not much older than 10, holding a damp cloth and a small stylus. The man begins speaking. The child writes. This isn't just family bonding time. This is serious business. Because in Babylon, dreams were a form of timekeeping all their own. Not in the "what time did I wake up screaming" sense, but in the way they were used to interpret the future, to set expectations for the next day, the next moon cycle, the next king's decision about whether to invade your village or not. They had entire dream catalogs. Yes, really, written on clay tablets. These texts offered interpretations based on recurring dream images, like, if a man dreams he is flying, good news will come by sunset. If a woman dreams of water overflowing, beware of the fourth day. If a man eats fish in his dream, he shall receive silver within 2 nights. It was, in a way, a calendar of the subconscious, and the most respected dream interpreters, called shailus, were often consulted by priests and even kings. These people tracked not only what you dreamed, but when you dreamed it. Because timing mattered. Dreams in the first half of the night were said to be warnings from the underworld. Dreams in the second half were believed to be messages from the gods. And dreams right before waking? Oh, those were often considered prophetic. Historians still debate how literally the Babylonians took these interpretations. Were they taken as fixed destiny, flexible guidance, or just another excuse to yell, "I told you so," when someone's goat got stolen 3 days later? What's clear is this. For the Babylonians, dreams weren't wasted time. They were part of the clock, a space in which the future whispered to the present through strange, symbolic riddles. You watch now as the dream scribe carefully etches the last wedge into the clay. Then he hands the tablet to the elder, who reads it over, like someone scanning a daily planner. He nods. Today will be cautious, because he dreamed of a snake drinking from a cup. And apparently, that means avoid important decisions before the 4th water drip, which you assume translates loosely to maybe don't argue with your wife before breakfast. You chuckle under your breath, but part of you is deeply impressed, because this civilization not only tracked the passage of hours using shadows and stars and oil flames, they also kept track of the invisible. They built a temporal map that included inner space, emotions, warnings, the strange theater of the mind. And in that way, they may have been far ahead of us. You sit up now as the sky begins to soften from black to blue. Dawn is approaching, slowly, gently, like someone tiptoeing back into the room after being gone all night. Birds are beginning to rustle. A rooster decides it's his time to shine. A baby cries 2 rooftops over. And across the city, dreamers stir, rise, and record. Because even while they slept, Babylon was keeping time. Section 21. The air begins to shift. The first breath of dawn slips over Babylon's rooftops like a whisper through linen curtains. It's not bright yet, not loud, just gray, gentle, the kind of light that doesn't so much arrive as it seeps in, like water through old brick. And in that gray hush, the city begins to move again. You hear it before you see it. The scrape of sandals on stone, the yawn of a street vendor unlocking a stall, the low, deliberate clunk of a temple bell. Not the loud kind, but a soft one, used specifically for pre-dawn rituals. Because in Babylon, dawn isn't just when the sun pops up. It's a sacred transition, a handoff between 2 worlds, between sleep and wakefulness, stars and sun, the dreams of night and the tasks of day. And of course, they had a system for this. Welcome to the first hour of light. Called in some tablets, the time of awakening, or the hour of the first gaze, depending on whether you were a poet or just really into branding. You're now walking along a colonnaded path that leads toward the eastern gate of the city. This is where priests, temple servants, and serious early risers, who absolutely would have posted gym selfies if they'd had phones, begin their day. not by checking their inbox, but by observing the first light on the horizon. There's a tall pole near the gate, just a smooth wooden staff with markings up its length. It serves no military purpose. It's not a flag. It's a light gauge. As the sky begins to brighten, the light rises along the staff, and when it touches the third notch, that's your cue. The first official hour has begun. This wasn't an hour as we know it, 60 minutes of coffee and passive-aggressive emails, but rather a light-based measurement, a sign that daily responsibilities could now commence, legally and spiritually. Shops could open. Temple doors could swing wide. Bread ovens could be stoked. Complaints about your neighbor's donkey could be filed, with appropriate forms, of course. You wander closer to the temple district now, and the scent of early incense curls around you. The city's first offering of the day is about to happen. This isn't for show. This is a time anchor. The morning offering sets the tone. It awakens the god. Not literally. Gods, like cats, are technically always awake, but rarely concerned. But ritually, aligning the divine and mortal clocks. A priest in a white tunic steps forward, holding a bundle of herbs. He checks the sun's position, not quite over the rooftops yet, still creeping. He waits. Everyone waits. And then, there it is. A thin line of gold at the edge of the world. It climbs slowly, hesitantly, like the day itself is unsure if it's ready to begin. But when the sunlight touches the top of the ziggurat, that's the moment. The priest lifts his arms. The incense is lit. A small crowd murmurs. And just like that, Babylon has officially entered its new day. Historians still argue whether this ritual marked time in a practical sense, or if it was purely symbolic. But based on how often it appears in administrative tablets, the answer is likely both. Because in Babylon, you didn't just check the clock. You watched the sun touch stone. You heard the chant rise with the smoke. You felt the beginning of the day in your body. It was spiritual and scheduled, holy and habit. You continue walking now through narrow alleys that come alive with motion. A woman balances a basket of pomegranates on her head. A man argues with a goat. A child races after a runaway sandal. Time is moving, but it's still early enough that the streets belong more to light and dust than to crowds. You glance up again. The sun is higher now, just clearing the rooftops, casting long morning shadows. And guess what? Those shadows are about to go back to work. Because yes, now it's time for morning sundials to return. Little ones carved into windowsills. Larger ones embedded into public courtyards. Temple gnomons casting lines across baked brick. You pass one near a bakery, already ticking its first shadow notch. A woman glances at it, adjusts her headscarf, and stokes the fire hotter. Not because the clock says so, but because the sun says so. It's the start of the first labor cycle. And Babylon is awake. Section 22. The sunlight now climbs confidently, no longer just brushing the tops of buildings, but fully drenching them in pale gold. The shadows you saw stretch like ribbons at dawn are beginning to tighten, grow sharper, more efficient, just like the city itself. Because now, Babylon is fully awake. And you, still slightly groggy from all that rooftop water clock dream interpretation, are now immersed in the first labor hour of the day. What exactly does that mean? Well, it depends on who you are. If you're a priest, it means you're halfway through your first round of temple rituals and have already burned through 2 cups of barley beer, 1 chant, and possibly a sheep. If you're a merchant, it means you've opened your stall and shouted your first price at a customer who immediately tried to haggle you down to 1/6 of it. Ah, commerce. And if you're a brickmaker, welcome to the Babylonian morning grind. You find yourself walking past a construction yard now. Not modern, of course, but instantly recognizable. Piles of straw, water troughs, wooden molds, and the persistent sound of sloop being slapped into rectangles. It's mud brick o'clock, and business is booming. Babylon wasn't built in a day, but it was built, quite literally, brick by brick, and mostly in the mornings. Why? Because by noon, the sun gets snarky. The clay dries too fast, the workers overheat, and the bricks crumble. So, early daylight hours? Prime time for productivity. And how did they measure their shifts? You guessed it, with the sun. Supervisors, often former workers themselves, now promoted to guy with a stick, used the length and angle of shadows to pace the work. If your mold's shadow reached a certain crack in the wall, you were late. If it didn't reach the right pebble yet, you were early. No arguments. The sun didn't lie. One man calls out now from a scaffold, pointing to a nearby sundial etched into the courtyard. It's just past the first notch, roughly equivalent to what we'd call 9 a.m. Time for the second cycle. Transport and delivery. This part of the day was reserved for moving things. Bricks to building sites, grain to storehouses, news to officials, and possibly small children from their mother's hair to literally anywhere else. You follow a cart pulled by 2 slightly unimpressed oxen. The driver hums as he passes, his voice low and steady, syncing almost perfectly with the wheel's creak. He stops briefly at a corner to check a sun gauge, a small slab of clay with marked notches on a wall. He squints, nods, and mutters, "Time for delivery." Historians still debate whether these sun gauges were standardized across neighborhoods or just made up by enterprising locals who liked pretending they were in charge. Some archaeologists argue that every district had its own sun calendar, while others believe the more formal timekeeping was left to temples and state buildings. But the average Babylonian, they got their cue from rituals and rhythm, from bells, from smells, from watching shadows change across familiar walls. You pass a bakery now, and that familiar scent of baking barley and dates curls out into the air. A line has already formed. One man checks the position of the sun against a crack on the door frame and mutters, "If she hasn't started the second batch, she's behind today." Timekeeping, in other words, was communal. You knew what time it was by what other people were doing. And if nobody was doing the thing they were supposed to, something felt off. You round a corner into a quieter lane and find a small school courtyard. Yes, Babylonian schools were a thing, mostly for boys training as scribes and mostly funded by temples or wealthy families. And guess what? They had a schedule too. First light, arrival, and first reading. First shadow. Notch, clay writing practice. Mid-morning, arithmetic with barley measures. Late morning, tablet cleaning, because, let's be honest, clay gets everywhere. You peek over a wall and watch a group of students hunched over their wax tablets, scratching away. One groans, another snickers. A third looks up at the sun like he's hoping it'll set early. Nice try, buddy, because in Babylon, time waits for no scribe. And while they didn't have bells to change periods, many schools used dripping water clocks to pace lessons. A jar hung from a tree, dripping steadily into a marked bowl. When the water hit the second line, time to switch to grammar. Your stomach growls now, and it's not subtle. You've been up since stargazing, rooftop lounging, and goat avoidance. It's only natural that you're finally hungry, which is perfect, because the third shadow notch is approaching. Babylonian brunch time, if we're being loose with definitions. You wander into a central square where vendors are frying cakes over small fires. Some are filled with dates, others with herbs. All of them smell like exactly what you need. You buy one, still warm, and sink your teeth into it. The outside is crisp, the inside soft and sweet. Time may be a cosmic constant, but right now, it tastes like barley and cinnamon. And as you chew, as the sun continues its ancient climb, you realize that Babylon doesn't just mark time. It tastes like time. It smells like time. It moves in cycles as tangible as this very bite. And there's something beautiful about that. Section 23. The sun's high now, really high, and suddenly the air feels like someone cranked up a clay oven and forgot to tell you. The bricks beneath your feet radiate yesterday's heat with a vengeance, and even the goats are giving up. One flops under a wagon and sighs so loudly, you're tempted to apologize for existing. Welcome to the Babylonian midday. It's not chaos. It's not a rush. It's a pause. Because even in this thriving, humming city of scribes and bricks and temples and trade, people knew something we tend to forget. Heat is stronger than hustle. So, midday in Babylon? That's rest time. You shuffle into a shaded corner of the square where a few laborers have gathered, wiping sweat from their brows and sipping something out of small ceramic cups. Probably beer, possibly water. One man offers you a seat. Another hands you a cup. It tastes a little sour, a little warm. It's probably beer. But here's the thing. This midday pause wasn't just cultural. It was scheduled. Time wasn't measured here by frenzied alarms or factory whistles. It was measured by the moment when shadows disappeared. That's right. In Babylon, true midday, zikpu, was defined by a shadowless moment. It happened only briefly, especially in the hotter months when the sun perched directly overhead. Priests and scribes often used vertical rods called gnomons to watch for this event, when the shadow vanished entirely, even if just for a heartbeat. Boom. Midday. You glance around and see a man standing in the middle of the courtyard. He's checking a tall stick planted into the ground. His arms are crossed. He's waiting, watching. Then he grunts. Now. Someone nearby mutters, "Thank the gods." Then immediately lies down on a mat with all the grace of a dropped sack of onions. Because this moment, this is license to stop, to rest, to hydrate, to maybe snooze. Midday siestas were a thing, long before anyone coined the word siesta. Laborers, scribes, even children all took part. The city grew noticeably quieter, like someone had turned down the volume knob on life. Shops closed their shutters. Temples dimmed their lamps. Even court scribes paused their stylus scratching. One well-known tablet even mentions, "At midday, the wise man does not labor, for the sun is wrathful, and the ink runs thin." Scholars still debate whether that was metaphor or actual complaint about melting pens, but either way, it checks out. You wander now into a narrow alley lined with high brick walls. It's shaded, quiet. Someone's hammock swings gently between two posts, occupied by a man who's clearly mastered the ancient art of sleeping without guilt. Above, the sky is blinding. Below, the earth is still. This is timeless time. No movement, no noise, just breathing, just waiting for the heat to pass. But wait, we're not totally off the time grid, because even in rest, the Babylonians kept track. Some courtyards used incense clocks during the midday break. Long strands of specially mixed incense, coiled like spirals or rods, burned steadily. Each scent represented a different phase. First stretch, cedarwood. Rest begins. Second, frankincense. Drink water. Third, myrrh. Stretch and stir. Final, bitter herbs. Back to work. Sorry about that. You pause at one such setup now. On a tray, near a napping priest's apprentice. The scent is definitely shifting. Less sweet. More sharp. He sniffs, grumbles, and rolls over. Work's about to resume. Another method? Shadow returns. Once the gnomon's shadow begins to reappear, creeping gently eastward, it signals that the second half of the day is officially underway. You squint. Sure enough, the stick now casts a thin, inch-long line across the stone. People begin to rise, slowly, reluctantly, but with the rhythm of a culture that's done this 1,000 times. Water jars are passed around, heads are splashed, shirts are adjusted, tools are gathered. You feel the pulse of the city pick up again, gentle but firm. The sun may still be fierce, but time doesn't wait. A merchant near you opens her stall flap with a dramatic sigh, muttering something about sun-mad customers. Another man begins counting clay jars with exaggerated flair, pretending each one is heavier than it actually is. You can't help but smile. Babylon may be old, its rituals may be sacred, but its people, they're us, just trying to make it through the afternoon without melting into a puddle. And now that midday has passed, you follow the slow reanimation of the streets. Time, once paused, is now flowing again. Not rushed, not sharp, but steady, like a sun-warmed breeze drifting over sun-baked stone. Section 24. The heat still clings to everything, but Babylon begins to stir again, groggily, cautiously, like someone waking from an accidental nap who doesn't quite remember where they are. The stone walls radiate stored sun. The air tastes of dust and cumin. And the shadows, ah yes, the shadows, are back. And that means something very important. We're now in afternoon time. If the morning belonged to bricks and chanting, and the midday to blessed stillness, the afternoon is the great compromise. It's where you try to finish your day's work without angering the sun gods or collapsing from heat stroke. You make your way toward the outer district, a place filled with workshops, dye pits, and noisy courtyards where craftsmen rule the scene. Blacksmiths, potters, weavers, the kind of people who wake up early and keep hammers near their pillows, just in case. And guess what? They're tracking time, too. You walk past a weaver's stall where a woman pauses her loom and squints at a wall marker, a streak of soot painted deliberately across a sunlit stone. As the sun moves, the shadow of a hanging pot handle crosses the soot line. It's past the halfway mark. Time for a switch. She sets down the weaving and pulls out a ledger tablet. The afternoon is reserved for checking inventory, comparing yarn weight, maybe arguing about wool thickness with a neighbor who's definitely too proud of her sheep. Craftspeople didn't just make things. They measured things, tracked things, sold things by weights and hours. And they used time markers that made sense for them. The third shadow returns to the west-facing wall. The dog lies fully in the alley shade. Classic. The date seller walks by, whistling the same tune he's whistled for 15 years. These weren't digital pings or hourly chimes. They were observed moments, woven into the rhythm of place. You pass a pottery kiln now. The heat here could bake bread and toes simultaneously. A boy stands beside a stack of clay pots, poking one cautiously with a stick, not to test its temperature, to test its sound. A high ring, still drying. A low thud, fully baked. Time, here, is felt through vibration. And that's not as weird as it sounds. Babylonian craftsmen often relied on non-visual cues, the smell of ash, the taste of steam, the sound of metal cooling, to judge stages of the day. Historians still argue whether this was a form of intuitive timekeeping or just the result of experience so deep it became subconscious. Either way, these people didn't wear watches. They were the watches. Now you turn down another alley and spot a man sitting cross-legged with a massive abacus-style tablet spread before him. He's carving tally marks with one hand and eating a fig with the other. He's a grain accountant, the original spreadsheet nerd. And his afternoon job? Reconciling how many sacks went out before the noon break versus how many have come back. He's got a water clock set up next to him, a small jar balanced on a rock, dripping steadily into a bowl with etched lines. Each line, a checkpoint. He glances at the level, mutters something unprintable in cuneiform, and scribbles faster. Because even in Babylon, afternoon paperwork was a thing. You leave him to his arithmetic meltdown and follow the scent of something surprisingly pleasant. Herbs, maybe? A hint of mint, thyme, and vinegar. Ah, you've reached a public bathhouse. Yes, these existed. And no, they weren't exactly Roman-style marble spas. Babylonian baths were simpler. Clay-lined pits filled with water, often perfumed with herbs and cooled with buckets of fresh river draw. And the best part? They were timed, not officially, but communally. Each household or worker group got a designated window, usually based on when the sun cast a certain line across the bathhouse wall. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. A servant calls out now, "Half sun shadow, next turn." a line begins to form. You watch a merchant dab sweat from his forehead with what might be the world's smallest towel, then step into the bath like a king returning from war. This was more than hygiene. This was marking time with renewal, letting go of the dust of the day, prepping for the final stretch. You get the sense that nobody here is really rushing anymore. The heat has softened the edges of the afternoon, and the city is leaning gently into the golden hours. You head back toward the central square. Vendors now work more slowly. Children return from apprentice lessons with the kind of exaggerated exhaustion only 10-year-olds can manage. You pass a scribe packing up his stylus set with reverence, like he's tucking in his children for the night. You glance at a shadow line scratched into a wall. It's touching the 4th notch. Late afternoon. You've made it through another Babylonian workday, and somehow, without a single clock in sight, everyone knows it. Section 25. You pause now at the edge of the market square, wiping the sweat from your brow with the edge of your tunic. The city has begun to cool. But it's not cool yet. It's in that in-between glow, when everything is soaked in amber and the dust hanging in the air turns gold. And this is Babylon's favorite hour. It doesn't have an official name on a tablet. No special cuneiform wedge assigned to it, but everyone feels it. The shift from labor to leisure, from performance to presence. It's not yet evening, but it's not fully day anymore. It's golden hour, literally and spiritually. You wander toward the riverbanks now, where dozens of Babylonians have gathered. Not for a festival, not for a ritual, just to be. Some sit in silence, sandals off, feet dipped into the lazy current of the Euphrates. Others swap stories. A few toss stones into the water with the practiced rhythm of people who've had long afternoons and no need to prove anything. Time here isn't being tracked anymore. It's being savored. And it's not that people have stopped noticing the hours. It's that the hours have started to relax, stretch out, move like slow honey rather than structured wedges of sun and shadow. Still, if you're the observant type, which by now you definitely are, you notice something. The fishermen are arriving. Yes, Babylon had them too. Most worked small boats tied along the Euphrates, casting nets in rhythm with tides and moonlight. But timing mattered, even to them. They didn't check their wristwatches, obviously. They watched the angle of the sunlight on the water. When the ripples turned silver, when their own shadows stretched long and thin across the bank. It meant the fish were more likely to surface. Not for metaphysical reasons, just temperature. Even the fish respected the Babylonian time schedule. You chat briefly with a man sharpening a net hook. He's missing 3 teeth and tells you, without you asking, that the best time to cast is when the shadow of the temple tower reaches that specific reed bush right there. He points. You nod like you see it. It's probably true, because Babylon wasn't ruled by digital beeps. It was ruled by the sun touching specific things in specific ways. The side of a cart, the curve of a jar, the moment a goat's ears caught gold light and turned slightly translucent. You continue walking and pass a courtyard where 3 women sit threading herbs onto strings, not to cook, not to sell, but to hang in doorways. A twilight ritual meant to purify the home before night. They do this every evening. always at this same hour. Not because it's written down, but because this is when the shadows are kind. Historians still argue whether this particular tradition was tied to Babylonian belief or just practical, keeping insects out and calming the space. But what matters more is that it became a marker of time. The day ends when the door smells like mint and fenugreek. You pause now in an open plaza where a few old men play a board game scratched directly into the stone. It's like an ancient version of checkers, but slower. So slow you suspect one game has been going for 3 weeks, and at least one player died without anyone noticing. One of them moves a piece and gestures to the sky. "Evening star," he mutters. And you look up. There it is. Venus. The evening star. Bright, first to appear, most loyal to the horizon. In Babylon, its arrival signaled a new phase of the day. Not night, not yet, but something sacred and transitional. Priests often lit oil lamps when Venus appeared. Merchants began their final transactions. Street performers took their positions in alleyways. And the city? The city inhaled deeply and said, "Okay, that's enough for now." You lean against a low wall and let your gaze wander. Light still lingers, but it's fading, caught in the creases of brick, slipping between rooftop edges, drifting upward like incense. A child races past, arms full of figs. A dog barks, but half-heartedly. A woman claps twice, calling someone in for supper. And suddenly, you hear it. The first evening bell. Not from a temple this time, from a neighborhood watchtower. A small, round bell, dull and worn, struck by hand with a piece of bronze. It rings not to command, but to gently remind. The sun is almost gone. Close your books. Finish your tea. Say your prayer. Come home. You feel it now, too, don't you? The pull, the softness, the way the very bricks of the city seem to yawn. Because this isn't just the end of the day. It's the beginning of rest. And in Babylon, that mattered just as much. Section 26. The last rays of sunlight now slip behind the ziggurat, like a polite guest excusing themselves from dinner. The sky is turning deep blue, not night yet, but no longer day. And the city breathes out a long, collective sigh. You're walking slowly now, not because you're tired, though you are, but because everything else has slowed down too. Even the wind, even the birds. Welcome to Twilight Babylon. Not the romanticized candlelit version, the real thing. Earthy, dusty, sacred in its unshowy rhythms. And this next stretch of time, it belongs to the lamplighters. You spot the first one just ahead. A boy, maybe 12 years old, carrying a long reed torch. His job is simple and ancient: to ignite the clay oil lamps placed at regular intervals throughout the main streets. There's no switch to flip, no gas line, just wick, oil, and time. He lights one lamp, then the next, then the next. Behind him, a man follows, refilling bowls with fresh sesame oil. It's slow work, deliberate, because in Babylon, light equals order. And the arrival of artificial light wasn't just practical. It was a declaration. The day is over. The night is here. We will not stumble. You pause and watch as the flame catches in one lamp after another, like fire dominoes threading their way through the darkness. In some wealthier neighborhoods, households send their own lamplighter boys to tend to private lamps mounted into courtyard walls. These families have custom-carved lampstands, tiny clay sculptures shaped like lions, birds, or crescent moons. The light they cast isn't bright, but it's just enough. Enough to write one more line in a tablet, enough to finish your meal, enough to find your way back to your rooftop bed without tripping on your neighbor's cat. And this gentle spreading of light, it had a schedule, because Babylon, being Babylon, didn't just go, it's dark, better light things. They timed lamp lighting by the first alignment of 3 stars, a practice observed and recorded by temple astronomers. When the 3rd visible star appeared in the eastern sky, light the lamps. This wasn't just a time marker. It was a moment of alignment between heaven and earth. The stars told you what to do. The city obeyed. And it wasn't only about lamps. This star signal also marked the 2nd evening offering at the temple, a ritual of gratitude, peace, and protection. You pass near a shrine now and hear the soft murmur of prayer, the rustle of priestly robes, the hiss of incense curling into the cool night air. A handful of passers-by stop to bow. No one rushes, because twilight isn't for rushing. It's for recollecting. You meander down a narrower street now, where homes sit close together. The doorways glow with soft light. And inside, families share their final meal of the day. Flatbreads, lentils, maybe dried figs or onions, depending on how generous the market was. You pass one home where a father tells a story to 2 wide-eyed children. He punctuates it with exaggerated gestures. And though you don't catch all the Akkadian, the laughter tells you it's a story about time. Not gods, not war, just time. How the moon once lost track of the sun and had to chase it around the sky. How the stars learned to keep watch. How people, like you, learned to pay attention. Because time wasn't a thing to fight in Babylon. It was something to join. You sit now at the edge of a fountain in a public square. The water still flows, slow and rhythmic, trickling over smooth stones. A group of teens loiters nearby, laughing about something incomprehensible and ancient, but probably still relatable. A girl skips a pebble across the water's surface. It skips once, twice, then vanishes. She grins, then points up. You follow her finger. There it is, the moon, pale and confident, rising above the rooftops. In Babylon, the moon didn't just tell you what day it was. It told you what month, what offerings to bring, whether to plant or harvest, whether to expect rain, invaders, or unusually dramatic dreams. One of the tablets, likely penned by a half-drunk scribe with a flair for the poetic, calls the moon the quiet calendar in the sky. And tonight, that calendar reads, peaceful. You stay a while longer in the square. The lamps flicker gently. The stars thicken. The breeze cools. And across the city, the final phase of the day begins. Night watch. The guardians of the gates check their seals. Courtyard dogs curl up with their noses on their tails. A woman leans out of a window and whispers something to her sister in the home next door. And you close your eyes for just a second, just long enough to realize this city never needed seconds or minutes to mark time. It only needed moments. And right now, this one is perfect. Section 27. The lamps now sway gently in the breeze, casting long, dancing shadows on the dusty brick walls. The streets are quieter than they've been all day, but not silent. No, Babylon never fully sleeps. Not even now. You rise slowly from the fountain, the stone cool beneath your palms, and begin to walk again, this time with softer steps. The city feels more tender at night, more intimate, like it's allowing you to glimpse something it keeps hidden in daylight. This is the hour of whispers and watchmen. At the city gates, the night guards are changing shifts. You spot them in pairs, leaning on spears, joking softly to each other in the kind of half-sentence shorthand only night workers truly master. Their eyes flicker upward, to the stars, to the moon, to the slowly moving night sky that serves as their unofficial roster. In Babylon, you see, time doesn't stop when the sun goes down. It just changes form. You pass a small tower where a man sits beneath a cloth awning, observing the stars through a sighting tube. A long, hollow reed propped carefully against a fixed angle. It's not glamorous. He's not wearing robes of gold or muttering prophecies. He's just watching, charting, waiting for the Zik-Pu stars, specific constellations used to mark each of the night watches, because the night was divided, too. Babylonian tablets describe at least 3 or 4 night segments, each governed by the movement of certain stars. This man, he's watching for the rise of the Lion Star, a signal that the second night watch has begun. His job is both scientific and sacred, because in Babylon, astronomy was theology. They didn't just look at stars to make calendars. They looked at stars to understand the gods, the divine will, the balance of seasons, the fates of empires. And yes, even the right time to take a nap without being eaten by bandits. Historians still argue whether Babylonian astronomers saw time as cyclical or linear. Many agree it was both, a spiral. Time didn't just loop. It moved forward while echoing itself like a melody in rounds. And the night sky? That was the sheet music. You're walking again, and you notice something interesting. Certain alleyways are still lit, not with bright torches, but with a line of softly glowing shells. They're filled with a glow paste, a mix of crushed limestone, oil, and a few herbs that emit a faint shimmer under starlight. It's not magic. It's just chemistry. But it feels magical in this moment, as the path ahead glows faintly like breadcrumbs in a dream, in a squad. You follow it to the back courtyard of a home, where a family sits in a circle, quietly listening to the oldest woman speak. She's not performing, just talking, softly, recounting what her grandfather told her about the time the Euphrates flooded, and the sun didn't rise for 3 days. Is it true? Doesn't matter, because this isn't just a story. It's a recording device, a way to remember time without clocks, to pass down memory as chronology. And the stars above her nod along silently. In another alley, two lovers sit beneath a fig tree. They say nothing, just lean shoulder to shoulder, watching the same moon that dozens of scribes have scratched into clay over the centuries. And even now, the city is being written into again, because at this very moment, on the roof of a small scriptorium near the southern wall, a lone scribe is copying lines into a tablet. The stars rose, the shadows lengthened, the breath of the gods cooled the ground. So he's not keeping time in hours. He's keeping it in verses. You step lightly now past a spice merchant's shop. Closed, but still fragrant. Someone left a bowl of rosemary and cloves on the sill, an old practice believed to calm the house spirits before sleep. Does it work? Hard to say. But the scent does make your shoulders relax. And the sky, ever patient, continues to turn. Venus has dipped below the horizon. The lion star rises higher. The constellations begin to drift westward, one by one. Back at the watchtower, the guard marks a notch into a wooden beam with a sharp stone. No ticking, no bell, just a mark in the grain, added at the exact moment the third constellation crossed the tower's eastern sight line. That's how they marked the final night watch. You sit quietly now on the edge of a dry cistern, wrapped in your own breath and thoughts. Babylon hums around you. Not loud, not brash, just present. Time isn't racing. It isn't sprinting. It's breathing, measured in moonlight, in stories, in slow, confident stars. And as the city drifts into its deepest stretch of night, you feel no rush, no pressure, just a gentle nudge from the past saying, stay, listen, rest. There's still time. Section 28. The city now lies in its most tranquil state, past the bustle, beyond twilight, deep into the velvet hush that only the smallest hours can carry. Babylon exhales in long, invisible waves. And you, yes, you, are one of the few still awake to feel it. This is the fourth night watch. Not everyone's favorite. Too late for work, too early for sunrise. It's the hour when the owls have stopped hooting, but the roosters haven't started screaming. Even the dogs seem unsure whether to nap or bark at shadows. But for certain Babylonians, this is prime time. You walk through the temple district, slower now, almost floating. The air is cooler, kissed by the river's breath, and above you, the stars remain, steadfast and silver. You pass a small shrine to Nisaba, goddess of writing, grain, and wisdom. A single oil lamp flickers inside, and beside it, a scribe. Yes, a real one, working at this hour, stylus in hand, gently pressing cuneiform into a damp tablet. You pause in the shadows to watch. What's he writing? A poem? A prayer? A tax record from 2 weeks ago that his supervisor keeps nagging him about? You'll never know. But what matters is he's measuring time through words, not hours, not bells, just lines of wedges, one after another. And maybe that's all time really is. Marks made in darkness, hoping someone notices them later. Historians still debate whether these midnight scribes worked by choice or obligation. Some believe they were temple record keepers, entrusted with tracking lunar changes. Others think it was just the only time it was quiet enough to concentrate. Either way, it's happening. Right now. Beside him, a tiny water clock, no bigger than a bowl, drips steadily. You lean in and listen. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop, another heartbeat, another second. Except, of course, they didn't call them seconds, but they felt them, just like you do now. And that's something timeless. You leave the scribe in peace and head toward the rooftops again. From up here, Babylon looks like a sea of low, breathing beasts, roofs sloping gently like the backs of ancient creatures at rest. Every few blocks, a rooftop fire burns low, kept alive by temple guards or insomniac priests. You spot one now, an older man, bare feet, hair like clouds, watching the stars like they owe him rent. He notices you, nods once, and looks back at the sky. That's all. Because at this hour, conversation is too heavy. This is the time for presence, not performance. You settle onto a warm brick ledge. It's still holding on to the sun, even now. And from here, you can see the ziggurat rising in the distance, a stone finger pressing against the night. Legend says it was built to reach the gods. But practically, it was also a stellar observatory. Priests, yes, even now, climb its stairs on nights like this, charting the shifting heavens, not just for curiosity, but for timing. Because a major part of Babylonian life revolved around lunar months. New moons marked festivals. Full moons told them when to plant. And certain eclipses, well, let's just say those caused emergency sacrifices and several nervous scribes. And tonight the moon is waning, just a sliver now, leaning eastward like a tired eye, which means a new month is coming. You pass a courtyard now, where an elderly couple is laying out offerings for dawn. Bread, water, a few sprigs of mint. It's not for show. It's a quiet ritual, something they've done for decades, maybe longer. Time, here, is generational, passed down like recipes, folded like linens, whispered like lullabies. You take a deep breath. The city hums at your back. The moon glows above, and the water clock still drips somewhere behind you, even if you can't hear it anymore. This, you realize, is what the Babylonians understood that we often forget. Time isn't a race. It's a rhythm. And sometimes, the most important moments are the ones nobody else sees. The scribe's quiet wedge, the old man's upward gaze, the couple placing mint on stone while the city sleeps. You lean back, eyes on the stars, and somewhere far, far away, the first hint of dawn begins to touch the edge of the world. But not yet. There's still night to enjoy, still stars to watch, still a few more heartbeats of Babylon before the shadows shift again. Section 29. It begins subtly, almost like a dream you're not sure you're having. The stars still hang overhead, proud and unblinking, but the air has changed. The darkness isn't as deep. The night is no longer thick. It's thinning. You sit up, sensing it before you even see it. The sky is fading, and here in Babylon, the fading sky means only one thing. The first watch is ending. No bells ring. No roosters crow just yet. But the ziggurat casts a slightly shorter shadow than before, even in the gloom. Somewhere to your right, a stray dog stretches and sneezes. And in the alley beneath your rooftop perch, a window creaks open. Someone else felt it too. This is false dawn, what the Babylonians called the whisper of light. Not the sunrise, but its shy little cousin, sneaking in ahead of schedule like a kid peeking into the room to see if it's safe to ask for breakfast. And for those still awake, it's a sacred hour. You climb down carefully, the brick still warm under your bare feet. The streets are empty, but not for long. A lone potter pushes a wheelbarrow full of cooled clay, whistling softly. He wants to beat the real heat, and he knows what the sky is saying. The color is changing now, no longer indigo, but ash blue, just enough light for shadows to reappear, like bashful guests returning to a party that got weird. You pause near a corner shrine where a priestess sprinkles crushed dates into a bowl and offers the first morning song. Not loud, not showy, just a rising hum, like a river remembering how to flow. Because the transition from night to day wasn't abrupt here. It was measured, layered, like music swelling in careful thirds. The Babylonians called this phase temu, meaning understanding or guidance. It was the moment to align your thoughts with the divine, the stars, and your household chores. Because nothing says spiritual balance like sweeping the courtyard before sunrise. You pass a woman doing just that now, her broom stirring soft dust into the gold-tinged air. She doesn't look up. She doesn't need to. She knows the moment is precise, the same every morning. She sweeps with the rhythm of dawn. Historians still debate whether the Babylonians created rituals around dawn for religious reasons or agricultural ones. Probably both. But what's certain is that these twilight moments were watched as carefully as any royal audience. You follow the shifting light toward the riverside, where the water now catches the first hints of peach and lavender. And there they are, the fishermen again, returning this time. Earlier, they cast nets in silver darkness. Now, they drag them home, wet and heavy, with whatever chose not to outswim the moonlight. They move slowly, respectfully, because they've survived the night. And in Babylon, that was never taken for granted. You reach a wide courtyard now, where families are stirring. Children rub their eyes. A man stretches so hard his back cracks like thunder. Clay ovens are being stoked. The smell of barley cakes rises into the air like an offering. And above it all, finally, gently, the sun arrives. No trumpet, no fireworks, just the return of light. It spills first onto the tops of ziggurats and temple domes, gilding them with gold. Then it slides down the walls, hits the rooftops, warms the brick. And finally, it kisses your skin. You close your eyes for a second. You feel it. The same sun the Babylonians honored, the same one that ruled their schedules, measured their prayers, baked their bricks, and blessed their barley. It's the oldest clock in the world. And now it's ticking again. The city is waking in full. Scribes are already in the temples. Merchants are setting up stalls. That boy with the reed torch from earlier? He's back, this time extinguishing the lamps, because the work of the night is done. And the new day? It's precisely on time. You exhale and step into the light, knowing, more deeply than ever, that in Babylon, time wasn't just counted. It was felt in sun and shade, in water and breath, in fire and figs, in the whisper between shadow and shine. And as this new day unfurls, golden and slow, you carry that rhythm in your bones. The rhythm of a world that measured time not in seconds, but in sacred moments. Section 30. You step back into the market district just as it begins to bloom again. Not with noise, not yet, but with the slow unpacking of movement. Cloth stalls stretch their awnings like yawning cats. Bakers hoist steaming trays of flatbread into the air, their arms dusted in flour, like they've just lost a fight with a cloud. And the shadows? They're back too. Long, clean, eager. The early sun cuts across rooftops and walls like a ruler against parchment. And in Babylon, those shadows don't just decorate the morning. They define it. You walk past a jeweler's stall, where a young apprentice adjusts the position of a copper rod hammered into the wall. It's part of a sundial, not a full one, just a partial guide to measure the first hour after dawn. It's enough for her to know when to polish, when to rest, when to remind the master that he's had his third date cake and doesn't need another. Even now, time is kept not by bells, but by observation. You watch as a merchant sets out jars of oil, carefully placing them in line with the rising light. He doesn't look at a watch. He looks at the shadow of the temple spire crawling along the stone road. When it touches the third groove between bricks, that's when he lifts the lids. Why? Because direct sun makes the oil shimmer, and shimmer sells. Marketing in Babylon, folks. It's been around longer than you have. Historians still argue whether these early shadow measuring practices were systematized or purely instinctual, whether scribes actually plotted market schedules on star charts, or if they just eyeballed it with style. But the outcome? Unmistakably accurate. As you meander past the bread vendors, you spot something delightful. A shadow game. Yes, kids playing with time itself. A row of children crouches beside a long wall, trying to trap their own shadows with their hands, making them walk backward, shrink, or dance by jumping between sunbeams. One girl declares that her shadow is the ghost of the bread god, and the others scream in theatrical horror. It's charming, chaotic, and also educational. Because long before Babylon had formal schools, play was the first timekeeper. These kids learn how light moves, how space shifts, and how everything comes and goes in rhythms. You pass a teacher now, an older man with a reed pointer tucked behind his ear. He's scratching simple glyphs into the dust for his morning students, who arrive one by one with sleepy eyes and crumb-filled fingers. Today's lesson? Lunar phases. He draws a circle, then a crescent, then a half. He mutters about the moon and her moods, and tells the children that knowing her dance is how we know when to plant beans and when to run from floods. One boy raises his hand and asks if the moon eats stars. The teacher, without missing a beat, says, "Only the noisy ones." Everyone nods. Seems reasonable. You turn now toward a quieter corner of the district, a place filled with narrow alleys and shady courtyards. And here you see the scribes. They've returned. Sitting cross-legged with tablets in their laps, they hum softly while carving lines. Not rushed, not stressed, just working in sync with the light. Some scribes only write during these early hours, when the shadows are soft and predictable, not leaping around like they do in the afternoon heat. The morning sun gives them reliable lines across their workspace. And for cuneiform, where a crooked wedge can mean the difference between grain and curse, that matters. You peek over a scribe's shoulder and see that he's writing down lending records, the IOUs of the ancient world. 3 jugs of beer, borrowed at dawn. 5 shekels of barley, due by next sunrise. Do not lend to Balu again. He never returns jars. Timeless advice. These records were often marked by both the item borrowed and the time of day it was given. And how was that noted? Not 7 o'clock a.m., not 3rd hour, but when the goat's shadow reached the southern wall. Poetic. Inconvenient. Totally Babylonian. You pause now at a small fountain in the center of a square where an elderly woman pours water into a clay basin and watches the reflection ripple. She's not admiring herself. She's measuring clarity. Clear water in the morning meant a good omen for weaving. If the sun reflected well, the threads wouldn't knot. Or so they said. Superstition? Probably. But then again, you've tried weaving without coffee. You understand how a little magic helps. And so morning in Babylon continues to bloom, not with alarm clocks and spreadsheets, but with light, shadow, intuition, and ritual. You watch a man open a scroll. He's reading the day's star positions, aloud to a small crowd, not predicting disasters, just guiding people, reminding them what the skies whispered overnight. Some nod, some yawn. One throws a fig. The sun climbs higher. The shadows grow shorter. And soon, this peaceful moment will give way to the heat and clamor of midday. But right now, it's golden, simple, ancient, measured not in seconds, but in stillness. Section 31. By now, the city has fully woken. Not just opened its eyes, but brushed its teeth, packed a satchel, muttered about how the ziggurat lines are always too long this time of year, and stepped boldly into the heat. Babylon's midday is upon you. And make no mistake, this city at noon? It's a dragon, not a fire-breathing monster, mind you, more like a sun-breathing one. A golden beast that roars with heat and smells vaguely of cumin and ambition. You walk slowly now, because everyone walks slowly now. Even the goats look offended by the temperature. The streets bake in silence. The walls radiate a low growl of stored sunlight. And every shadow is now a coveted treasure. You dart between them like a child avoiding lava tiles, hugging the dark slivers where buildings lean close enough to be charitable. Because noon in Babylon isn't a time to conquer. It's a time to survive. You pass the base of a tall obelisk, a stone sundial casting its sharpest shadow yet. At this hour, the gnomon, yes, that's the pointy bit, throws a line so thin it might as well be drawn with a thread soaked in ink. People don't crowd around it. They don't need to, because everyone already knows what time it is. It's don't run a clock. It's drink water slowly so you don't faint a clock. It's midday, sharp, final, unforgiving. You turn into a clay-walled courtyard where several artisans have taken refuge. They sit with their backs to the sun, tools in laps, work temporarily paused. One carves geometric designs into a half-finished urn. Another slowly strings beads onto a bracelet that she won't finish until tomorrow. The pace is deliberate, not sluggish, because this is the sacred window between exertion and exhaustion, and it's guarded carefully. You settle beside a fig tree and glance up. The leaves flutter like nervous pages in a book left open too close to the breeze. Even here, time is marked, not in bells or numbers, but in light movement. The moment when the shadow of a leaf crosses a specific stone. The second, a sleeping cat switches sides. The instant sweat reclaims your entire existence. Historians still debate whether Babylonian citizens scheduled their activities precisely by the sundial or by broader environmental cues. The answer seems to be both. Mathematical curiosity blended with gut instinct. Because, yes, they calculated. Yes, they carved notches and built water clocks. But also, they just knew. They knew when the market would go quiet. They knew when the fish would stop biting. They knew when it was time to move a loom into the shade. All without asking Siri. A boy jogs past now, panting, carrying a folded cloth above his head, like a sail. You ask where he's going, and he grins. Shadow race, before disappearing around the corner. Apparently, midday sports still exist, though you suspect they're less about winning and more about finding the next patch of mercy. You drift again, into a public square where the stones are too hot to sit on. Everyone stands, barefoot or sandal-clad, awkwardly dancing between tiles, like they're waiting for a public execution or a limited edition goat statue drop. Then, like clockwork, a fountain sputters to life in the center. Yes, Babylon had working fountains, gravity-fed from canals and reservoirs, and at noon, they became instant gathering spots. People crowd in, some just watching the water trickle, others splash their faces, dampen scarves, or cup handfuls to pour over their necks. No one speaks loudly, because this isn't a party. This is hydrological salvation. You watch one man pour a slow stream over his feet and whisper something in thanks, not to a god, just to the moment. Time here feels suspended, melted, bent slightly by heat. And in a way, that's true. Because Babylonian water clocks, those clever drip-drip dishes you've come to admire, ran slower at noon. Literally. Heat expanded the materials, changed the pressure, altered the rhythm. Midday warped time. Even the tools agreed. You leave the square and wind your way back toward the temple district. Here, something unusual is happening. A priest stands before a carved pillar, carefully adjusting a bronze plate affixed to its side. You get closer. He's recalibrating the shadow calendar. It's a seasonal chart etched into stone, used to mark solstices, equinoxes, and midpoints by tracking exactly where the noontime shadow lands during each month. Today, the shadow lands on the 7th notch, which means, according to Babylonian cosmology, we're in the month of the scorched bull, a poetic name for please don't cook your goats on the pavement. The priest mutters a small prayer and walks away. No ceremony, just routine. Because even here, time is measured with care, but handled with calm. You round a final bend and end up at the steps of a bathhouse. Inside, it's dim, quiet, and wet. A few people lounge in silence, letting the stone walls cool their bodies. You sit beside the smallest pool, toes dipping in, and time, for a while, disappears. There is no later. There is only this: the scent of water and stone, the sound of dripping from high pipes, the warmth of noon pressing down like a celestial blanket. And in that stillness, you realize time in Babylon wasn't built to control you. It was built to remind you, to pause, to breathe, to notice, even when it's too hot to think. Section 32. You stay there longer than expected, by the pool, feet in the water, eyes half closed. The sound of dripping fills your ears like a lullaby carved in stone. Babylon's bathhouses were more than just places to clean your body. They were places to reset your senses, to breathe, and to escape the tempo of the sun. But eventually, even rest has its own rhythm. And so, you rise. Outside, the sun is still strong, but no longer unbearable. Its angle is lower now. The shadows no longer knives, but long, draped ribbons stretching across courtyards and doorways. The city is shifting again. This is the time the Babylonians called the turn. Not quite afternoon, not yet evening, a liminal sliver of the day when the light begins to retreat, but hasn't quite admitted it yet. You walk through the market square again, and suddenly everything's moving with more purpose. Not frenzy, just momentum. Vendors tally their jars, shoppers finish their rounds. One woman grabs an onion with the intensity of someone choosing a chariot. Another haggles over coriander seeds like they're state secrets. The heat has softened just enough to bring everyone out of hiding. And the shadows? Now they matter again. You notice an elderly man standing by a tall stick planted into the earth, a makeshift gnomon. He mutters as the shadow stretches farther west, measuring it not in inches, but in spans of his hand. He nods, satisfied, and then turns to head home. You follow, at a distance, not because you're a creep, but because he walks like someone who understands time better than you do. At the door to his home, he scratches a tiny mark into the stone wall, one of many, a line for each afternoon, a personal calendar, maybe for chores, maybe for prayers, maybe just to notice that time passed at all. Because that's the secret, isn't it? In Babylon, time was never just a schedule. It was a relationship. And as you turn onto a quieter lane, you find yourself walking beside a small group of teenage boys, each carrying a satchel of papyrus and styluses. They're coming back from the scribal school. Their conversation bouncing between astrology, girls, and whether anyone actually understands the Enuma Elish. One boy stops suddenly and shouts, "Wait, this is when the shadow hits the fish stall." The others groan. Again with the fish stall shadow? But he grins. It means it's snack time. And just like that, they bolt toward a vendor who indeed is placing out plates of dried fish and pickled garlic. Apparently, even Babylonian teens have snack o'clock. Historians still debate whether daily timekeeping like this was widespread across all social classes. Evidence suggests that while formal tools like water clocks and star charts were reserved for temples, every Babylonian, rich or poor, had their own way of tracking time. A chipped bowl for pouring water, a sunlit wall in the courtyard, the chirp of a specific bird, the way a certain stone felt underfoot when the light hit it just right. Timekeeping didn't require literacy. It required attention. You sit again now, this time under a pergola made of date palm fronds strung between two walls. The sunlight filters through in bands, like the stripes of a tiger softly stretching across your legs. And that's when you hear it, the low thump of a frame drum. Then another. Then the rustle of sandals. It's the afternoon procession. A priest and two acolytes carrying bowls of incense and small brass gongs. They're not announcing anything dramatic. They're simply marking the next phase. One of the acolytes tosses petals into the air as he walks. Time in Babylon, apparently, sometimes smelled like jasmine. You trail behind them briefly until they turn toward the temple gates. You keep walking, now through a district filled with workshops. Here, the potters work fastest in this hour, not because they're rushed, but because the clay is perfect now, neither too sticky nor too dry. The sun has done its job. One woman laughs as her spinning wheel throws water into her face. She wipes it with her elbow and says to her apprentice, "We've got 2 fingers of light left." You look up. The sun indeed hovers 2 hand widths above the edge of the ziggurat. That's their unit of measurement. Not a digital clock, not a countdown, just fingers of light. And when the last one disappears, that's when the kilns must be closed, the ledgers set down, the final jars sealed. You notice people sweeping again, not just dirt, but the very energy of the day, collecting it, ushering it out. It's not a frantic rush like morning prep. It's a gentle conclusion, like clearing dishes after a long, quiet dinner. A street musician begins to play. The melody is lazy, confident, and sounds like what honey would sound like if it could sing. You lean against a wall, letting the last of the sun warm your cheek. This is what time feels like when it's lived not by force, but by flow. And as the shadows grow longer once again, you smile at the realization that Babylon didn't just measure time. They danced with it. Section 33. By now, the sun has taken on that warm, burnished tone that makes everything feel suddenly more poetic than practical. The city glows, not with fire, but with farewell. And Babylon knows how to say goodbye to a day. This is the time the Babylonians held sacred, not in the loud, incense-swinging kind of way, but in a quiet, precise, observant sort of way. The moment when light begins to retreat, and you start wrapping up not just your tasks, but your thoughts. You wander into a weaving district where the looms fall silent one by one. Women step back from their work, tying off threads with swift, practiced fingers. A few pause to stretch their backs, pressing palms into aching hips. One tosses her shuttle into a basket like it just offended her ancestors. Done for the day. You watch them measure the fabric, not with rulers, but with arms, elbows, and the lines of light falling across the courtyard floor. The long shadow of the courtyard gate has finally reached the dye pot, which means, apparently, it's time for storytelling. Because here in Babylon, sunset belongs to the elders. You follow the weavers as they gather on low cushions beside a fountain. An old man with a silver beard sits cross-legged, cradling a fig in one hand and a carved flute in the other. But he doesn't play. He talks. His voice is low, even, patient. He begins with a line you've already heard once today. Maybe from the girl chasing her shadow this morning. Maybe from a scribe muttering to himself at dawn, when the lion star rose behind the moon. And just like that, the story begins. It winds slowly, like the river. It's not in a hurry. It doesn't need to be, because evening time in Babylon was elastic. It stretched to fit what was needed: reflection, connection, repair. A little boy leans into his grandmother's lap. A cat curls under a cushion. The fig, long ignored, is passed around like a communion wafer of quiet companionship. Historians still debate whether these evening gatherings were formal rituals or casual habit. Some argue they were remnants of ancient oral law. Others say they were just how people passed the time before Netflix. But whatever their origin, they mattered. Because in Babylon, the close of day wasn't just a stop sign. It was a signal, a reminder to reorient, to re-anchor, to listen. And you do listen. The story meanders through myth and memory. There's a trickster god, a lost goat, a mysterious jar that never runs dry. But woven between the lines are time cues. When the wind turned warm from the east, when the last pigeon crossed the ziggurat's peak, when the cook's fire began to smell of cinnamon and ending, time, once again, is being kept. But not with instruments, with metaphors. As the tale winds down, the fountain gurgles once, then stills. A reed torch is lit, soft and orange and swaying. That's the moment when a quiet hush spreads across the group. Not because the story is over, but because dusk has finally arrived. You step away gently, heading toward the river again. The sky is lavender now, streaked with silver and rose. The Euphrates reflects it back like a mirror that's a little too dreamy to be trusted. People walk slowly along the banks, some silent, others murmuring in pairs. A priest in white robes stands at the water's edge, lifting a small offering bowl to the sky. He pours it out slowly, milk, perhaps, into the current. It swirls for a second, then vanishes. It's not a show. No one claps. It's just how the day ends, measured in offerings, reflections, echoes of sunlight. You pause beside a date palm and watch as a boy traces a line in the sand with a stick. Not randomly. He's plotting where the last shadow fell before it disappeared. He's building his own time chart, a personal sundial of memory. Maybe tomorrow he'll compare it. Maybe he'll lose interest. But either way, the act itself, the act of marking the moment, matters. You sit now on a bench carved into the city wall, still warm from the sun. The sky is deepening, moving from purple to that inky blue that promises stars. One by one, they arrive. Not marching, not bursting, just appearing. The same stars that hovered this morning. The same ones watched by astronomers, by guards, by teenagers who just wanted to know when fish snacks happened. Time has folded back into itself again. Not vanished, not escaped, just rearranged. Like the end of a song that seamlessly becomes its first note again. And as the wind picks up slightly, carrying the scent of river silt and cooling brick, you realize Babylon wasn't afraid of time. It welcomed it. Every shadow, every drip, every fleeting breath of dusk. Section 34. Night has returned, but not like before. Earlier, it was a cloak, soft, thick, and uncertain. Now, it's a velvet robe lined with silver thread. Babylon, under starlight, is no longer bracing for darkness. It's settled into it, like a seasoned dancer easing into the final steps of a familiar routine. You walk along the Euphrates once more, this time slower, more contemplative. The breeze has cooled. The river hums gently against the banks, and the last flickers of reed torches cast sleepy halos on the water. You pass by a watchtower where a single guard stands silhouetted against the stars. He's not shouting. He's just watching. Every few minutes, he taps a wooden bowl with a short stick. One note, every quarter of the night. A time signal. No words needed. And somewhere, a temple priest hears it and nods, adjusting a candle, reciting a line from an ancient text, or perhaps just turning a page. Because Babylon never truly sleeps. It just changes rhythm. You step into the shadow of a large fig tree where an elderly man is sketching circles into the dust. He doesn't look up as you approach, just says, "She's 2 fingers from the lion's eye tonight." You follow his gaze. And there it is, the moon, low and bright, brushing against the constellation Leo. Not by accident, by design. This is how they tracked time, not just on Earth, but in the heavens. Every movement, every planetary twitch. Another tick on the divine, celestial clock. Historians still puzzle over how accurate the Babylonian star charts truly were. Some believe they anticipated eclipses with shocking precision. Others think they simply made educated guesses with poetic flair. But standing here beneath the open sky, you begin to suspect it wasn't about control. It was about connection. They weren't just watching the stars. They were listening to them. A bit further on, you pass a group of boys lying on their backs on a rooftop, whispering stories into the sky. One says, "That star is Nergal's eye," and another snorts, "Nergal only has one eye?" A third says, "No, it's just the only one he likes to show." You smile. Mythology has always had room for sass. And again, time passes, not by the ticking of a machine, but in the breath between shared words, in the laugh that takes a second to rise and a lifetime to forget. You reach a quiet square where a woman draws tiny dots onto a clay board, lining them up in tight rows. Each dot marks a moment. She's recreating the path of Venus from the past week, not for profit, for pattern. She believes there's a message in the motion. That time leaves trails. And if you squint just right, you can read them. The torchlight dances across her face, illuminating lines of deep focus. She hums softly. Maybe a lullaby, maybe just the rhythm of dots. Dot, pause, dot. Behind her, a reed mat has been unrolled. A family gathers. Mother, father, 2 kids, sitting cross-legged, sharing lentils and flat bread under the stars. No talking, just chewing, together. They eat in time with the stars, and somewhere nearby, another scribe marks down the day's final note. One more wedge into a damp tablet before setting it aside. He looks up at the moon, exhales, and murmurs a phrase too quiet for you to hear. It doesn't matter. What matters is the gesture, the tiny, deliberate act of closing the book on the day. You begin your own slow path back toward the edge of the city, past sleeping goats, past shuttered stalls, past a fountain still trickling with low, lazy gurgles. The ziggurat looms above, quieter now, but never empty. You catch the flash of a torch high up, perhaps an astrologer still marking the star rise, perhaps someone who just couldn't sleep. Either way, their presence feels comforting, not alone. You take one last detour through a small garden thick with herbs. The air here smells of fennel and mint and something like wild thyme. The plants are still, the soil cool beneath your feet. And standing there, beneath the stars, you realize time in Babylon didn't chase you. It didn't demand you be faster. It invited you to notice, to follow the curve of a shadow, to count the drips of a bowl, to sit in the flicker of lamplight and exhale. The night has returned fully now. The city has softened into sighs and dreams. And you? You've walked through the hours, through the rhythms, through the patterns carved into brick and starlight and breath. You're not counting time anymore. You're keeping it. Section 35. You find your way back to where you began, on that quiet rooftop where the sky stretches wide and forgiving above you. The night air is cooler now, gentler. The stars blink without urgency. They've been here all along. You're just finally still enough to see them clearly. Below, Babylon sleeps, not in silence. Babylon never quite goes quiet, but in a kind of sighing stillness, a soft murmur of water flowing in hidden canals, the distant hoot of an owl, a reed curtain stirring slightly in the breeze, the hush of sandals passing quietly on stone. You lie back on the warm bricks, hands behind your head, and stare upward. The city has measured another day, and so have you, not by a watch, not by alarms, but by everything else, by the length of a goat's shadow, by the gurgle of a fountain at noon, by the moment the bread seller began singing again. You close your eyes, and the day plays in reverse. The boy shouting about fish shadows, the priest marking the solstice line, the scribes dipping reeds into fresh ink before the heat turned it sticky, and always, always, the light moving, the shadows sliding, the hush between moments stretching long, then short, then long again. The Babylonians didn't fear time. They didn't worship it like a master. They tended it like a garden, like a sacred fire. They understood what we forget. That time isn't made of numbers. It's made of noticing. A fig tree blooming early, a moon that rises too close to the lion's paw, a bowl that drips one drop too few. They knew that the universe doesn't shout. It whispers. And if you stop, if you're quiet, if you breathe in sync with stars and brick and barley, you'll hear it too. That rhythm, that echo, that soft, gentle tick of time lived fully awake, even as you drift to sleep. Word count 116. Wind down. So now, here you are, the journey complete. Not just across Babylon, but through the very essence of how the ancients moved through time, without rush, without panic, without clocks blinking red in the dark. Just light and shadow and breath. Let your body sink into stillness now, the kind that belongs not to exhaustion, but to alignment, to the quiet knowing that time isn't chasing you. It's cradling you, gently, like the current of the Euphrates slipping past the sleeping walls of a long-forgotten city. You can still feel the heat of the afternoon sun on that courtyard stone. Still taste the fig shared during a story. Still remember the way that final priest tilted the water bowl, letting its contents vanish into earth. That's the kind of time you've walked through. Time that asks nothing of you, but presence. Let your thoughts settle, are now like dust after the last footstep. Let your breathing slow until it matches the stars. Slow, steady, eternal. You're no longer in Babylon, but a part of you always will be. The part that learned to measure a day, not by hours, but by moments that mattered. So stay there, drifting, floating, unfolding. And as you let go of this day, whether it's been busy, brilliant, broken, or boring, remember what the ancients knew. You are exactly where you're meant to be. Here, now, still. Wind down. So now, as the stars take their places and the echoes of ancient Babylon settle into quiet, let yourself soften with them. You've traveled through hours carved in clay and shadows traced on stone. You've followed the sun across a city that never rushed, never shouted, just whispered gently. This moment matters. Your breathing slows naturally. The weight of the day releases its grip. You've seen the way time used to move, not in ticks and alerts, but in the hush of reed water clocks and the flicker of oil lamps. Time that unfolded like silk, not spreadsheets. And maybe, just maybe, you've remembered something your body always knew. That stillness is sacred. That quiet isn't empty. That rest is not wasted time. You are allowed to pause. You are allowed to drift. You are allowed to be here, doing nothing at all, and still be complete. So close your eyes now, if you haven't already. Feel the ground hold you. Feel the breath anchor you. Let the last threads of the story weave into your own dreams, slowly, softly, as the stars turn overhead like they've done for thousands of years. The markets are closed. The tablets are tucked away. The river hums a lullaby you can almost understand. Let the past keep watch for a while. You, beloved wanderer, can sleep. You've walked with ancient timekeepers tonight, and now it's your time to rest. Good night. Stay here. You've earned this quiet.